Welcome. All right. The Xbox 2 podcast is now live. Hope everybody's having a wonderful Friday, and it's definitely been, well, quite the week. Quite the week for Xbox. Not the best type of week, not the week that you actually kind of want, but, you can make the argument one of the worst. And we're going to be here to talk all about it. We're going to talk all about it. I'm one of your hosts, Rand L419, man with the million. And with me, as usual, we have the venerable Jez Corden, managing editor, Windows Central. Loved by some, hated by others, respected by many. Damage controlling claims by others. I don't know what other sort of things I could say, but we're here.
Reality immersed Jez Corden, who lives in the world of facts and figures and not emotions.
You sure you don't live in feelings? Feelings-based Jez?
Only with regards to Blizzard, really.
Where are we gonna get to today? Are we gonna get feelings-based Jez, or are we gonna get facts-based Jez?
Depends what we're talking about, bro. I'm talking about Xbox. Gonna be a lot of facts-based reality, but there's also a lot of feelings and opinions about this facts-based reality in which we now find ourselves ensconced with regards to the Xbox platform and its uncertain future.
Uncertain. That is a very interesting word to use.
I think it is uncertain. Everything's uncertain these days.
But you're right. The emotions are running high. You could probably make the argument that this past week, or at least the week from Wednesday to Wednesday, from last week to this week, was maybe the worst week in Xbox history. When you double up on ABK getting blocked by the CMA, to the surprise of everybody at Microsoft, to Redfall coming out and being a 59 on Metacritic, because it actually dipped below a 60, so now it's at a 59, and everybody questioning, hey, can Xbox actually do this? Can they run a platform? Can they actually make great games? And then Phil Spencer, went on Kind of Funny XCast with Paris and Mike and Gary Whitta to answer the tough questions, which, they did. And, man, there are some definite, Phil's always good for a quote, let's just say. He's always good for a quote. And you definitely got some very interesting quotes that people are just making YouTube videos about, and tons of articles, and getting that SEO, and getting the Outrage clicks, and and this one was up there, because it's Xbox versus PlayStation, and that always brings people in, right? Yeah. And then especially with what he said, a lot of different opinions, a lot of different takes on it, and the whole show is going to be around like the state of Xbox and all the stuff that Phil talked about, and those things. So strap it down. It's going to be a very, I don't know. I'm sure. See, I haven't talked to Jez about any of this. I don't really know any Jez's opinions about this. So he could surprise. You did tweet that you were going to piss people off today.
Yeah, probably. I think I'm going to piss everyone on all sides of this debate. Probably going to not be very happy with me, probably.
Oh, geez, that's all we need is just people pissed at Jez. You already have people pissed at Jez for your quote-unquote article you wrote about, what happened with Redfall. People accused you of damage controlling that didn't really read the article, which happens.
Yeah, nobody reads the article. I said in the tweet, read the article before you comment on it. Nobody did.
Well, you want to know how I know nobody reads the articles? They just see the headlines, because for whatever dumb reason, the PlayStation tweet announcing the June 2020 showcase from 3 years ago, people are retweeting like they just announced it for, this month.
I did see
without irony. Without irony. This isn't something where it's like hee, wink, wink. It's like people legit think it's been announced, and I'm like, did you not just like, they didn't even look at like the date. They just see it and they're like, oh my God, it's real, it's true. Because any more proof do you guys need that people don't actually read or listen to certain things? I mean, that's all, I even saw Gaz from Game On Daily fall for it. D-Batch fell for it. Tim Dog fell for it. And I love Tim, and he fell for it. Everybody's falling for it. And it's like, how hard is it to just look and see, oh, this is a tweet from 2020? What's going on here? Why is everybody retweeting this? I don't understand.
Oh, man. It happens. It's Friday, man.
It is Friday. It is Friday.
Give people a break.
Give people
a
break.
long week.
Yeah, definitely. Well, yeah, it has been one for the ages. And it's also, I mean, the last 2 weeks have been awful for me personally. I'm not going to, mince words about that. So I appreciate everybody who's sent me messages about Shakespeare. If you guys don't know, haven't listened, we had to put Shakespeare down a couple weeks ago. In fact, like 2 weeks ago. It was very, very difficult, and I miss him every single day, especially when I go upstairs, and normally he'd be waiting at the top of the stairs, wagging his tail, and obviously I'll never see that again. So it's very tough to get over, but getting better every day. And then we had the unfortunate news that my grandpa, who's 94 years old, finally passed away. And we had his funeral and wake this past weekend. So I haven't really been around much. I've been busy with family, kind of dealing with my own sort of, thoughts, I guess. So I haven't really, been on Xbox or been much on social media, just kind of, just thinking about things. But I do appreciate everybody who sent a message, sent a tweet about it. I really appreciate all the support that the Xbox 2 community provides me. So thank you guys. And we're gonna hopefully put on a entertaining show for you all. I don't know where this is gonna lead to. I don't know. I'm almost kind of like really looking forward to the whole Phil thing, because I really want to know what Jez is gonna say. I don't even know what I'm gonna say, honestly, because I haven't really given it too much thought.
I've kind of gone backwards and forwards on it actually recently. So
Yeah.
I'm just sort of like in a sort of, I'm gonna wing it. We're gonna wing it together, all of us here together. We're gonna wing it.
Yes, but first we do
before
have we do have some housekeeping to get through. I guess we have multiple sponsors for the show, which we'll get to. And this week's episode is brought to you by Raycon. So take it away, Jez.
Raycon earbuds. Sometimes low budget means low quality. Xbox fans sure as hell know about that. Wink, wink.
Jesus Christ, really? Really? Oh my Lord.
But thankfully, Rand, that's not true with Raycon. Over 50,000 5-star reviews, 3 customizable sound profiles, tap functionality, noise isolation, awareness mode, custom gel tips that fit even in ears as big as Rand's, crystal clear quality, water resistance, and 8 hours of playtime. Raycon's mission is to prove that you shouldn't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Go to buyraycon.com/XB2 today to get 50% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/XB2 to score 15% off. Buyraycon.com. And thanks to Raycon for sponsoring this video.
Yeah. Thank you very much to Raycon. Links in the description if anybody wants to check out any of their products. I use their earbuds all the time to go on walks and listen to different podcasts while I do it, and I very much enjoy the product. But we also have our wonderful, amazing Patreon members, and just want to mention, if you guys missed it, we did Xbox 2+1 this past week with King David from Iron Lord's podcast, and I thought it was a fun show. Talking to King is amazing, If I was putting together a podcast of people that I would want on a weekly podcast, like if I was putting together like an all-star show and with people that are funny, entertaining, and intelligent, King David would literally be like at the top of my list. You know what I mean?
David's awesome.
He's incredible. Awesome. So make sure you guys check out that episode. And we still have we got Xbox 2 Ultimate coming in the middle of this month, and then another Xbox 2+1 with a guest to be determined. We do have some ideas of who we would want to bring on. So Keep that in mind. But we do have some shout outs for the people in that tier. We have the grandest of Bip, Chris Pernice, Starsman, Hey Blinken, the Bearded Tate, Sleets, Army Dude 52C, the Mr. Butter Jeans, William Schumacher, Ryan Kipple, Foreign Object, Mythic Marty, Tyler, Gunstar 75, Moronic Donkey 99, C Money, Mario Kart Madman on YouTube, Makazilla, Haters Will Be Haters, Randathor 19, Silas, Eric Gregory, Elijah Vasquez, James Moore, Halo is the franchise playa, Catriox, Ricky Fallon, Bright Tundra 1, Jasper Shapp, Joseph Campbell, Blastos, Mr. Joanna Dark, Justin Duell, Frank Mariano, PB Broking, Justin Miller, Asa T, and Madison, Untidy Tim, Grizzly Mofo OG, Governor Grimm, DZ Huffin, Justin Sago, Andrew Courtney, Wagerman, Achievement, The Scarecrow, 121, Darren Tropey, Prof. JJJ, Butterball, 8, Ghostface Killer, Wolfgang, KPZ, and Ralph Wiggum. Thank you guys so much for your support. And we'll be doing Patreon questions, which there'll probably be a lot at the end of the show. There's
a lot of Patreon
questions, so that'll be at the end of the show.
For a while.
Yeah, but
shall I do the second ad read quickly?
No. We'll save that for later.
Okay.
We got a super chat here from Web Dave. Do you think we get a release date for Hellblade 2? Well, I mean, Phil did name drop it, did he not? And it was also in. They put out a Game Pass trailer for stuff coming at the end of the year, stuff coming soon, and all the games that were in that trailer were coming out in 2023, and Hellblade 2 was there. So does that imply Hellblade 2's coming out this year? And when Phil directly mentioned it, like, hey, we got Starfield coming and Forza Motorsport and Hellblade 2, it almost felt like he was basically leading off the release cadence of the next games coming from Xbox, right?
Yes. Because I didn't I say on one of the shows that I bet money that Hellblade 2 was this year?
You did say that. And you've also mentioned before, and I think we've talked about it, but we both expect Forza Motorsport in October, yes?
Yes, okay. I just checking that, so I can have my victory lap if I'm right.
Yeah, well, I mean, because like Phil's like Starfield, Forza, and then Hellblade, and then a build of Avowed, which, I would say Avowed is early next year, but I guess it's possible Hellblade could be early 2024. But I mean, I got my fingers crossed. I got all my fingers crossed. Hellblade 2 this year. I mean, yeah. I mean, because there's a part of it was like, I think a lot of people after the CMA changed their stance regarding the console SLC, that Call of Duty would be a first-party title this year. And maybe it would be in Game Pass, right?
Mm.
And if it was, well, then it's like, well, maybe they shift Hellblade 2. But, doesn't look like Call of Duty is going to be in Game Pass this year. Doesn't look like the ABK deal is going to happen this year, at least. Maybe never happens at all. So now,
never happens.
Plan A, well, as you think that it won't ever happen, but Plan A is out the window. So, Hellblade 2, maybe a November game. So, do you think we get a release date for Hellblade 2? If they're confident it's coming out this year, I would say yes. We'd say, oh, and you even agree. Okay, I'm feeling much better about this now. But then again, you did say Starfield was going to release in 2022, and that was 100%, and it would never get delayed. And
that's fake news, man. I never said that.
The tapes are there. The tapes are there.
Well, I think you've doctored the tapes with artificial intelligence.
No,
nothing's real anymore, bro.
Nothing's real.
I never said that. It's fake news, bro.
Definitely not fake news. You guys do us a huge favor though. Make sure you hit the like button, please. Subscribe if you're new. We're almost at 94,000. And share this out. Let people know that the Xbox 2 with Rand Jez is live, and this is probably going to be a very spicy show. Don't want to miss it. We have Parker Griffith. Love you guys. Hope you're doing great this week. Just wanted to remind you guys how much we appreciate you both and all the effort you put into making the best podcast on planet Earth. Wow. That was
thank you so much.
Yeah, that was his first super chat as well. That is very people don't have to super chat. I mean, it's just an extra thing. If you want to get the comment read, or maybe you want us to you want the conversation to steer in a certain direction, because we kind of go on tangents based on that stuff. So it's always really appreciated. And thank you, Parker, for your first super chat. It is I mean, I don't know about the best podcast on planet Earth. I mean, I'm happy that you think like that. That is definitely very humbling.
You've flummoxed Rand with your.
I mean, dude, the best podcast on planet Earth. I'm used to people saying, "Hey, it's the best gaming podcast," which is also very like, "Are you sure?" It's like you didn't have you listened to any other podcasts, or you know. But usually it's like, "Hey, it's the best Xbox podcast," which, you know, okay, fine. We are Xbox focused, and I think we do a pretty damn good job. I'm not going to say we're number one, you know, because you have some podcasts that are like the number one Xbox podcast. It's like, okay, and what metrics are we talking here? We talking, you know what I mean? Like, or people be like, the only Xbox podcast you need, or, you know, whatever, like whatever claims to be like, we're the best. And it's like, me and Jeff, we don't care about that. We just care that
speak
people
for
listen.
yourself, bro. I think when I speak, it's the best podcast.
All right, fair
and then,
enough.
Like the quality dips. And
I mean, your mouth, you know. I mean, maybe we should start. Maybe we should open up this podcast with the only Xbox podcast you ever need to listen to, the Xbox 2. I don't know. That seems kind of egocentric, doesn't it?
The Jez podcast with Rand.
The Xbox 2 podcast with Jez and some other dude. Yes. We got Lord Mirhoof, who says, I still can't fathom how such things happen again with Redfall. Xbox is still consistently inconsistent, especially AAA scope games exclusive. Indeed. And I have to apologize to everybody listening here. Because I said I wasn't going to play Redfall. I was going to stick to my guns, play it at 60 frames. Wait until 60 frames. Wasn't going to play it at 30 because I can't deal with 30. I mean, I can deal with 30, but I don't want to deal with 30 anymore. Right? This was a principal issue. And I was like, all right, I'm not playing it. And then Jez, for whatever dumb reason, decided to put Redfall as part of the Patreon poll of what gameplay you want to see.
How is that dumb? It's the week the game come out.
Sure. So he puts Redfall up there, knowing I do not want to play this game until there's a 60 FPS patch. And then it wins the vote. Even though I have a vote because I'm a Patreon member, and I always try to swing it in the direction and be like, okay, I don't want to play this game, so I'll try to. Well, I just have one.
Oh man, Rand's rigging the vote.
Yeah, my one vote, I get to rig it. And so Redfall wins, and Jez is like, hey, can you capture Redfall footage? And I'm like, excuse me? And Jez was like, yeah, please, can you? I'm like, did you not capture the footage for your review, like, at all? And he was like, no. I'm like, you really want me to play this game that I said I wasn't going to play?
So I did capture footage. I was going to make a video. I was going to do a video review for Redfall, but the footage is all choppy. I don't know what's wrong with my capture card, man. I think it might be cable bandwidth or something like that. But yeah, the footage was bad, so you had to do it.
So I had to do it. So Jez forced me to play the game. He forced me to break my promise.
After whining like a baby, oh no, I've got to play a game for 5 minutes.
Oh my god.
You begrudgingly agreed to give the Patreon people what they paid for, Ran. So yeah.
The things I do for you Patreon fine folks. I had to install Redfall and then play it at 30 frames when I said I was. Now you make me seem like I'm not a man of my word. I wasn't going to play this.
Well, now we can talk about it during the
that
segment.
Is true.
We can.
Week, so. We can. So these are the things I do for you guys. I played Redfall. Yeah. So played it for like 3 hours. I just wanted to call you out on that, Jez, because I was not happy with you. I was not happy. And then Jez, because the previous week Jez was like, Minecraft Legends won, and Jez was like, and I'm like, you capture footage. He's like, what? I'm like, if you didn't want to capture the footage of the game, then why'd you put it in the poll? And Jez like, okay, I guess, mate.
Well, I don't know. I quite enjoyed playing Minecraft Legends, but there was just no way I was gonna. I played Redfall for 35 hours. When I was playing Redfall, I was getting 0.0 achievements, which means no one else in the world had those achievements.
In the world.
So I was like, man, am I going harder on this review than anyone else right now? Or did I just get the code earlier? I don't know. But I got the code on Friday, and I hardcored it across the whole weekend. So Rand, you can't say I never finished games.
No.
Now.
I mean, you
Yeah,
did. You have finished them. Like you finished
when I got,
2 of them recently.
When I got to review them.
When you got to review, when you actually have to do it for your job, you'll finish them. And
but
I
when
mean,
I do it for fun, I won't do it.
It's like, hey, we got this big open world looter shooter RPG that's coming out. Here's 3 days to play it and review it. Good luck. It's like you knew, you knew as soon as we learned that the Redfall reviews were coming, like codes were going out Thursday before the Monday embargo. I was like, yeah, this game's not going to review well. Like that's basically because that is PR's way of basically minimizing the amount of reviews that would be out there before launch. That is like a tried and true tested thing that they've been doing for years, and every time it pops up, it's just like, yep, I'm not expecting good things, or they don't expect good things. Anyways, Face 23 BKNY says Phil Spencer's statement, making great games is not going to make people sell their PS5s and get an Xbox, or to get an Xbox, does not inspire confidence on people buying their box. See, this is what I'm talking about like people's interpretations of what Phil said, because they're all over the place. And I mean, you could look at it like this. Like people take it like, hey, even if we make great games, nobody's going to buy our console. I mean, that's how some people are taking it, and that's what Face is saying here. I will say, I have seen more people talk about Xbox, from like big streamers to YouTubers that hardly ever talk about Xbox, mainly because of like Redfall and like the Phil interview. Like Asmongold and Angry Joe and Maximilian, and it's all like bad. Like the PR around this is bad, and it's just like, they take the certain things from what Phil said, and they'd be like, well, I believe it's actually means this, that Xbox doesn't want to compete, or Xbox isn't going to make great games anymore, and it's like, man, okay, I have to laugh about it. It's just, I don't know, it's hilarious to me, but no. Yeah. Let's see what else we got. Let me scroll down a little bit. Sin, our buddy, what's going on, man? He says, honestly, even as it appears right now with all the bad news with ABK and Redfall, I will say the Xbox One reveal on May 21st, 2013, which the 10-year anniversary is in 16 days, was worse with the reception of Xbox. Yeah, I mean, it's right. I mean, right up there with, hey, if you got a console, we got a console for you. It's called the 360. Oh, by the way, we're changing physical game ownership too as well. I still remember that. I remember being a party with my friends. Like, yeah, you make the argument that like, whew, this week was one for the ages. And I do wonder how the people at Xbox feel, right? Or even like the people at Bethesda, and especially Arcane, because I did see an Arcane Austin developer basically come out and say, like, even developers and peers were making fun of Redfall and the team. And that's something that you never see happening in the industry. And it's like, holy cow.
Nah, you see it all the time, man.
Do you?
Like when Cyberpunk came out, there were dudes doing the same thing. Like the same kind of comments from developers being shitty. So like, yeah, to suggest that like devs are all super nice to each other all the time and it's like this little happy community, it's not true. Like I see them talking shit on each other all the time. Like David Gaiman this week, actually, the writer of Mass Effect, he said that BioWare silently resented writers because the writers would be like, you need to change this cutscene, you need to add a bit more here so this narrative device works better. And they said that, people resented the writing team for trying to create a story because it often led to more dev work needing to be done. So like there is a discourse in the from devs that I see about how basically the shitty people in every community, the shitty people in devs, the shitty people in the Xbox community, shitty people in the PlayStation community, shitty people everywhere, sadly. But yeah, I think like be kind is like the way it should go down. And I think YouTubers often and content creators, we get caught up in like creating entertaining content because Google rewards that shit. Google rewards the clickbait headlines that are like, Phil Spencer should be fired, or Xbox is doomed, Xbox is stupid, and all this. Because Google actively rewards that kind of rhetoric, right?
Yes.
And Twitter does as well. and pretty much every social media platform rewards this kind of hyperbole at the end of the day. I think some content creators get stuck between, am I justified being a dick because the algorithm, demands it, and actually just being a decent human being sometimes. So
the brutal truth, the
brutal,
or
honest
what is it?
review.
I forget. Is it is it the honest brutal truth, or is it my brutally honest review? Right, like
stuff like that.
Because the algorithm loves that stuff, and like people gotta pray at the altar to the Google SEO, right, and all that stuff. So, and they do seem to reward angry, rageful content that you can get people really to engage with your content over something that's positive. It's like that type of negative stuff sells for whatever reason. And it only sells on YouTube, but it sells in the real world as well, because it actually gets people their emotions riled up. Where if like you agree with somebody about being positive, they're just like, oh yeah, I agree. Yeah. It doesn't really elicit the same response. So that's why people kind of dive into it. So blame Google, I guess.
You can you can frame feedback in a way that is sort of constructive without being a dick. And I think like Benji Sales, for example, put out a video this past week, and I didn't agree with all of his points, but it was framed in a respectful way, and positively so. And I think even though like I didn't agree with some of his points, it was fair. It was a fair criticism, and I could see where he was coming from. And I think like there should be an audience for people like that who criticize without being a complete dick about it.
Yeah.
I don't think I was a dick in my Redfall review. Have like really cool style. And it's like, oh yeah, there's the arcane I remember. The really warped landscapes and psychedelic stuff that's going on. So it wasn't all bad, and that's why I gave it 6 out of 10. If it was all bad, it would have been like a 4 or 3 or less. But unlike some reviewers, I shipped my review before the discourse came out. I'm sure some reviewers saw some of the leaked reviews and were like, oh shit, we can't be the odd one out here.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's downgrade the score quickly. But it kind of is what it is. But we'll see.
It is what it is. We have Infinity Doc saying Sony is shutting down the Pixel Opus developers of Concrete Genie. Is that true?
Who is?
I don't know. He says Sony is shutting down Pixel Opus developers of Concrete Genie. I mean, if that happened, then that just happened, because I haven't seen that. And I actually quite enjoyed Concrete Genie. And I see Paris in chat. He's like, when are you going to invite me to Xbox 2+1? You're on the list, Paris. Okay? The thing with Xbox 2+1 is we need to like kind of pick the right people at the right time. And my thought process has always been, I want Paris for after the game showcase. When like the next roadmap for Xbox is revealed, because they're going to have to reveal a roadmap, because Redfall and Starfield, the two games that they've been talking about the last 2 showcases, are going to be out. Well, I mean, Starfield's not going to be in the show because it's got its own, so they're going to have to basically lay out, like, this is what's coming out later this year, this is stuff that's planned for 2024, and maybe some new reveals and things. And, Paris, and who had excellent questions to fill, like, he talked about those games we haven't heard anything about since 2020, so I wanted to have Paris on after the showcase that month, so we can talk about, okay, how do you feel about where Xbox is headed, at least in my mind, because I want Paris on, I want Benji Sales on, and maybe Benji Sales would be a good one for this month. I want Gene Park to come on. There's a lot of people that I would really like to talk to.
We should get Peter Molyneux, man.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. You know who's not going to come on, though?
Who?
Special Nick. He's not coming on. Put my foot down. No, but we can't. We could have John, from Xbox era. He could come on, but we don't need Special Nick, right? No, but nobody really wants Special Nick on their show.
Well, we were talking about doing our E3,
our E3 blowout.
Our E3 blowout, where we have like a bunch of people on like a round table and stuff like that.
We could do that. We could do that. Metal Macius says, here's my donation to Save the Celebrity Fund. Go get your blue check mark, Jez. Jez doesn't want, he doesn't want to play Elon.
Yeah, I ain't giving Elon no money.
Yeah.
I mean, the pure truth is, it's not an ideological thing. It's not like, oh, I'm mad at Elon for something. It's because Twitter Blue is shit. There's literally no reason to pay for it. You know, the features are not good. Half of them aren't even there. The engagement boost doesn't seem to work, judging by independent analysis. You're a power user of Twitter, what they describe as a power user, someone who tweets constantly like me.
Yeah.
You get the engagement boost anyway. So it's kind of like, I'm done. And also, like, the whole thing about, like, oh, it would bring, you know, fairness to the platform, because, you know, it wouldn't just be elites getting verified. Well, that was bullshit too, because now, like, celebrities are verified for free. So yeah,
you just need a million. You just need a million followers. You just need to get up to a million. I mean, you're almost at 100K. You're almost true celebrity.
Yeah, true. People with 100 million game score should get verified. I think.
But that's so easy now. They basically destroyed the Xbox achievement and gamer score system, and you know they're never gonna do anything about it, even though they should. But they won't, because they have other priorities. It's a shame, but it's not only just that. I mean, they ruined also the PlayStation one too, with even more shovelware garbage.
Oh really?
Oh yeah.
So PlayStation has the same issue.
PlayStation's actually worse than Xbox is, but Xbox's is still worse. You know. But yeah, OT says, "Is that Redfall? Looks good. It is indeed Redfall. I played about 3 hours with Colton co-op, and I have some stuff to say about when we. I mean, this whole show is just kind of be like, I don't know, basically kind of freeform around Phil's interview. So we will definitely talk about Redfall when we get to that point, because there's a lot to say about Redfall and everything. But yes, I did play for 3 hours, despite my wishes. Damn it, Jez." Nintendo Don the Otaku says, "Sony sold another studio, Pixel Opus Concrete Genie, but I bet that won't be in the news or talked about as long as Redfall will be. I wonder why." So this is 2 super chats talking about Sony either shutting down or selling a studio. Jez, can you check up on this to see if this is actually something that happened?
Oh, dude, I'm playing Overwatch right now.
I mean, dude, just put the game on pause and look. I'm hosting the goddamn show here live.
Dude, man, you're asking me to do work?
You have like the easy. You're just got your feet up. You're probably like Porky Pig in it right now. Just a t-shirt and no pants.
Okay, so
you got your like.
Benji says, it appears Sony shut down Pixel Opus, first party PlayStation, the Concrete Genie. I've never heard of Concrete Genie.
It came out during the PS4 gen. I played it. It's all right. It's a cool little game.
Pixel Opus. I can't find any official statement about it. Oh no, posted on their Twitter. Push Square, Concrete Genie, developer Pixel Opus. Yeah, it seems to be true. Yeah.
Okay, seems to be true.
Can you imagine if Xbox shut down the studio?
Yeah, I mean, like, what if
Xbox is dead?
Yeah, if Xbox shut down the studio, it's the end of the world. I mean, hell, Redfall releasing is the end of the world for Xbox.
Yeah, Xbox should be shut down. Let alone Phil Spencer should be fired.
Yeah. Satya needs to basically put someone else in charge or sell the division. All the games that Xbox released this gen are all 60 bangers, 60 Metacritic bangers. There've been no good games, and like the takes are just, they're out there, you know. But they make it for entertaining at least. So yeah, imagine that. Imagine if Xbox was like, Xbox has shut down Double Fine, or Xbox has shut down Compulsion, or Xbox has just shut down Arcane or something. The doom and gloom brigade would be out with their pitchforks and their tiki torches, and they would be demanding retribution and blood. You know, I do feel bad for the people that lost their job, though, if that studio was shut down.
Yeah,
but I mean, that studio also kind of probably
gaming so hard.
That studio probably also didn't fit in the vision of what PlayStation is. Like PlayStation wants bangers. Yeah, no, I mean PlayStation wants those big cinematic experiences, and they're also building a lot of games as a service, and they kind of built smaller titles, which probably doesn't really fit into the portfolio that PlayStation wants anymore. I mean, because they've kind of shifted a bit from PS4 to PS5, where they did some kind of off-the-wall stuff with like games from like Gravity Rush and some of the smaller kind of unique style games that Xbox
Dreams was kind of like that.
Yeah, Dreams that Xbox kind of has been doing a little bit now, like with Grounded and Pentiment and stuff like that. Very similar. But that I don't think that really fits into what PlayStation wants to do. So out the door you go. Jim Ryan.
Lying, flying, studio killing.
Oh, now he can add a new one. This would be his first studio he killed.
Hasn't he shut down all the studios?
I mean, he's been in charge for I can't remember the last time Sony shut down a studio. Was it the Drive Club studio back in the PS4 days, or maybe it was Zipper Interactive?
Somebody
would know. Somebody would know. This isn't really a
our chat, right, is very knowledgeable. When there's always like something with regards to the history of the gaming industry, there's always someone in chat who just knows.
Yeah.
Like the minutiae of this stuff. Oh man. It's all fun and games.
Douglas Hamilton, his first super
shut
chat.
down. There you go. He shut down Japan Studios.
Yeah.
Japan.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, he did. Hi guys. Hope you're both well. What do you think of the new lawyer Xbox have got to lead the appeal process? Love what you do. Do you know anything about the new lawyer they have? I haven't.
Okay, so yes, I do. Well, a little bit. I've only seen Foss Patents tweet about it. By the way, Foss Patents is a great dude, and he came on Xbox 2+1 with us on Patreon, which is now available to the public. So if you want to hear what he has to say about all this stuff, check him out. But Foss Patents posted the news that our buddies at Microsoft in the UK have hired the appeals lawyer who just won a case for Apple. So the CMA was trying to get Apple to open up its App Store, basically. I think. I don't know the full details about that litigation, to be honest. But the CMA was like, yeah, you've got to do this. And then Apple hired this dude, and then the regulator that regulates the regulator, the CAT tribunal, because we love our licenses and regulation in Britain. They said the regulator was bullshit and Apple didn't need to crack open their store for cloud games or something. Because as we all know, Apple blocks xCloud, they block NVIDIA GeForce Now, and for a time they even blocked Steam Link, which I think is available again now. I'm not sure 100% on that, but Apple blocked Steam Link because they were like, oh, people playing games on our devices that we didn't sell? How dare they? So they blocked Steam Link, even though all Steam Link does is literally let you remote play. But then Apple, I think, changed their rules about that to allow for remote services or whatever. But I don't know how all that stuff works. But anyway, yeah. So CMA has this super duper CMA busting lawyer on board now, but we'll see how that actually plays out. I still don't think they'll get it past the CMA.
But even though something happened this past week that kind of threw one of the CMA's own arguments back in their face, right?
You mean the whole Amazon Luna thing?
You mean the whole Amazon Luna with Fortnite thing?
Yeah. So yeah, the math is on Microsoft's side definitively, as pertains to what the CMA says. So the CMA says Xbox is the biggest cloud provider because Xbox Game Pass has the most users or whatever, and it suggests that because Xbox Game Pass has 25 million subscribers, and I think they have the full breakdown of how many people are on Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. Let's just say it's half or whatever, or 2/3 even. Let's be generous. So 2/3 of the subscribers are Xbox Game Pass Ultimate members. As far as the CMA is concerned, all of those are cloud users. Even though the CMA, even though Microsoft went on BBC Radio and said that we've only got the servers in the UK to serve 5,000 concurrent users all at once, the CMA has blocked the deal for everyone worldwide on the basis of 5,000 British customers, which is absolutely minuscule. So that'll probably form the basis of Microsoft's arguments in court. But furthermore, they've got an extra argument now because Amazon Luna just launched in the UK. Amazon Luna had very few mentions in the appeals process, which, from what I understand, the CMA didn't even do very good research on, because I've heard that the CMA were reaching out to analytics firms for content for their data on the cloud market, and they wanted that data for free. And obviously, that's not how that stuff works. And so whatever data they use to come up with has a lot of gaps in it. So, you know, Microsoft now has this weapon that they can use and just say, look, Amazon Luna just announced that all 18 million, well, actually, no, it's more like 13 million, all 13 million Amazon Prime members in the UK, and those are the primary account holders, not the secondary account holders, which, you know, trip me up. But even still, that's 30 million primary account holders of Amazon Luna. They all get Fortnite at no extra costs via the cloud now. So, like, if that ain't competition in the cloud space, I don't know what is. And that came out literally like a week or two after the CMA made their decision. So, like, you know, the one thing the CMA was correct on is how fast all this stuff is moving. But the rules of engagement have already shifted on the basis of that. So we'll see what happens. But I ain't optimistic, purely on the basis of how incompetent the UK generally is. So
Right.
yeah.
All right, so we got let's get through some of these. We have Nintendo Don the Otaku says that sorry they closed it, not sold it. Okay. Radimus Cisco says agreed, best podcast ever. Well, thank you. Himanshu, sorry if I said your name wrong, says, hi guys, is the Elite 2 worth it or should I wait for the Elite 3? Controller is amazing, but I've read that some had to replace the controller even 3 to 4 times.
Lots of people. I've got an Elite controller Series 3 right now. Series 2, sorry.
Oh, Series 3. Excuse me?
No, that wasn't a leak. That was just me being dumb. I've got a Series 2 right now. I bought it about a month ago. And so far it's been fine. I bought one of the new ones from the custom Elite controller website. I really wanted back buttons again, back pedals, because I really missed having it for Overwatch. Like being able to jump without taking your fingers off the thumbsticks is really, really good in competitive shooters like Overwatch and other stuff. So I bought one, and so far I haven't had any issues. I don't know if they've changed their processes for quality control or not. One of the issues I had with my launch, because I got one at launch too. One of my launch Series S, my launch Series 2 Elite controller. God, I hate the way Microsoft names stuff. They name stuff so confusingly, constantly. But yeah, anyway, my that broke on me. The shoulder button died, and I couldn't fix it. And not only that, but the little rubber nubs on the hair trigger locks at the back, those fell off as well. And I was just like, man, this is just shocking. And it was only a few months after I had it where the rubber nubs fell off, and also the shoulder button died. And yeah, I can't remember if I bothered getting it replaced or not. I don't think I did because it was a review unit actually. So I don't think I could get it replaced. I didn't even try because I think I just assumed that, oh, it's a review unit, which means it's they're not gonna give me a warranty on a review unit. But I will say that this new one I've got seems to be okay so far. But I'm probably going to do a re-review after 6 months and, you know, let you guys know if it's any good. So I suppose, like, basically what you're asking me, is it safe to buy an Elite controller? I don't know. I need more time. So, like, what you could do is you could either wait until after E3 where they might announce a new Elite controller, or you could grab one now in a sale or something. Prime Day is coming up. There might be a Prime Day sale or something. Prime Day is usually around the start of summer, if I remember right. So there might be a sale on them. So yeah, I don't know how they are right now. Maybe some people in chat can talk about their experiences with the recent revisions to it.
Well, they also put out the blue and red color. I would imagine there will be a Series 3 at some point in the future. I just don't know how soon that would be. There was
one thing I have been told, by the way, about the Series Elites is that they do sell very well. So
yeah,
even though like they have this, well, I suppose it might be people having to rebuy them, but apparently they are a successful.
But you know the team, you know the team that's killing it at Xbox is the accessories team, because they are killing it with. There's one thing you can count on for Xbox, and that's controllers, baby. And that's new controllers all the time. Special edition controllers, like 5 new ones for Redfall, or like, hey, we got a partnership with a nail company, and we got this orange one, but we also got a green one, and we got these other ones. Like, the accessories team, they're earning their money. That's one thing. Come rain or shine, bad games, good games, awesome news, terrible news, whatever. They'll have new controllers constantly all the time. And then speaking of new controllers, there's this leak, Jez, that I sent to you earlier from Billy Kun on Twitter, who leaks all the PlayStation Plus games early and stuff like that, right? He says that there are some new limited edition Xbox accessories on the way, but he doesn't know much about it other than one of them's a wireless controller for $80, codename Ogden, and one of them's a wireless headset for $125, codename Orin. And I think he also said that expecting those to be announced sometime around the Xbox Game Showcase. I would imagine those are the rumored Starfield controller and Starfield headset.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah.
It's been rumored for a while.
Yeah,
I think it makes sense.
It does. It does make sense. Let's see what else. Trying to get some of more of these super chats in here. We got Onyx, who says, Jez, can you elaborate with your disagreement with Benji? Oh man, we could be here all day with that one.
Oh man, well, I mean, you can see the Twitter thread, but basically, I disagree with Benji on one specific point, and actually, it's not just Benji. I've seen a lot of people making this point that Nintendo came back with the Wii U. Like Nintendo was screwed in the console war with the Wii U, and then they came out with the Nintendo Switch, and then they dominated. You know, they absolutely dominated. But I disagree with that take for a number of reasons. Like, people were buying the Switch. Nintendo can come back from a precarious position because it has a lot of momentum with its franchises. People will buy a Nintendo Switch just for Pokemon, whereas just for the brand of Pokemon. Doesn't matter how good the game is, just the brand of Pokemon, right? So as long as like the console makes sense and it's decent, they can come back because of their brand power. You know, I don't think Xbox has the same power to do that. Personally, I don't think people will like, you know. I don't think they can revive the Xbox brand to the same extent that Nintendo can with Mario, Pokemon, and all this kind of stuff. Because I think people have a higher bar for quality on the 4K consoles on PlayStation and Xbox. I have 250 hours in Pokemon Sword and Shield, but nobody in their right mind would lie to themselves to suggest that Pokemon Sword and Shield is anything but a 5 out of 10 game. It's really not. It's the only thing it has going for it is a Pokemon brand. If you release that identical game on PlayStation or Xbox with like just some random anime brand or it's just some random new brand, it would get 5 out of 10. You know, IGN would give it like terrible score. Everyone hates it. They'd laugh at it and call it trash, right? That's the only thing it has going for it, right? And a lot of people took my comments on that to say like, I'm ignoring some of the stuff that Xbox does have, and I'm ignoring some of the great games that Nintendo does put out. I'm not saying it's true across the board. I'm just saying, like, in general, I think Nintendo franchises have a lot more cultural relevance, and that's the whole reason Microsoft wanted to buy ABK, was because they get some of that cultural relevance that Nintendo and PlayStation enjoy, right? Furthermore, I disagree because Nintendo, the thing about the Nintendo Switch is it wasn't just replacing the Wii U. It was also replacing the 3DS. There's no 4DS. You know, they've shut down the 3DS store recently and moved everyone over to Nintendo Switch. So it's kind of like it serves two purposes, right? They shifted strategy really hard. They leaned into what they're good at, which is handhelds, and they bowed out of the high-end console market because their GameCube couldn't compete with what other platforms were offering. So they had to reinvent themselves and find a niche. And that's kind of what Microsoft's doing. They're reinventing themselves and trying to like, they're creating this hybridized model, which is part hardware and part Tencent, right? So, and also, furthermore, to that point, PlayStation also couldn't compete in handhelds with 3DS. They got out of that market with the PlayStation Vita and doubled down on what they were good at. So Microsoft's kind of trying to double down on what they are good at. And the thing that we can debate is whether or not the execution of that strategy is good or not. because I think there's a lot to be said about Xbox's strategy. Okay, this is your strategy, Xbox, fair enough, but you ain't even executing that very well. We can debate that point, but I don't think the comparison between the Nintendo Switch and the Xbox One is a fair one or a completely good one. So.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm sure we'll talk more about it when we get into the Phil Spencer stuff. Andre, 4983, member for 11 months, says 1.6 thousand members of the Xbox 2 fam watching and not even 300 likes. Let's get this done, people. Yeah, hit the like button. Subscribe. You know the drill. Come on, just click the little button. They're free. Doesn't cost you nothing.
That like button.
Yeah, let's go. It'd be nice if the show got up to, like, I don't know, 2,000 people. It'd be wonderful. Tell everybody we're live. Let's go. Let's see. We have Dave Ramos who says Xbox is having its Eli Manning moment. Okay, football analogy. Let's go.
Who's that?
He says Vikings 2007.
Dude,
what?
You're gonna have to explain this to me. Who's Eli?
Eli Manning's a quarterback of the very famous Manning family. Brother Peyton, father Archie, and he was a quarterback for the Giants. But Dave is going the football analogy route here. He says Xbox is having its Eli Manning moment. Vikings 2007, 4 interceptions, 3 returned for touchdowns. That's bad. Crows never felt more emboldened to call him a failure. Folks thinking Xbox is going to fall are making the same mistake. Yeah, a lot of people wrote off Eli Manning, but I believe he did win 2 Super Bowls. But yeah, I know what you're saying, Dave. I just didn't expect a sports analogy, especially one involving Eli Manning. That's not something you expected when you woke up on Friday, May 5th. Nation says, I'm relatively new Xbox guy, went from the PS4 to the Series X 1.5 years ago. I like what Xbox offers with the console. The Game Pass is amazing too. I watched the Phil interview. It's nice to see the guy running the show be honest and open. And that's what I think a lot of people really appreciated with that, was the candor, which is like Phil talked about these things. I mean, he even admitted, he's like, you got cranky, Phil. Phil looked tired. Phil looked upset. Phil looked drained, like mentally drained. Phil looked kind of pissed off in a way. It's like, got to apologize again. You know, it's like, we've been here. Like I said in my video on Wednesday, which I did. And I was just like, I don't even know what I'm going to say. I'm just going to talk. And it's like, we've seen this movie before, haven't we, guys? Have Xbox fans? We've been here, right? It's like deja vu, you know?
Yep.
You know, when like 2017, 2018, 2019, you know, Crackdown 3, State of Decay 2, Sea of Thieves initial launch. Granted, Sea of Thieves is a huge, massive success now. Maybe the biggest new IP Xbox has put out since Gears. But, you know, people were saying a lot of the same things people are saying today, they were saying back then, right? Xbox doesn't know how to make great games. Everything they touch turns to shit. Do they know what they're doing running their studios? What's going on over there? It's very, very similar narratives being spun. And that happens when you put out bad games. And Phil literally, in 2019, I distinctly remember this, went on Jeff Keighley's Game Awards and apologized to everybody in front of the world and say, yeah, we didn't have a good year. And he said, we didn't have a good year. We can do better. And it's like, okay, you apologize. That's great. You know, and for a while there, it seemed like, all right, what he said was like, we're going to do better. And they did. Like, you go look at the games Xbox has put up until Redfall. They're all highly rated. They're just not like the media shifting fanboy narrative of the big AAA huge blockbuster, right? They're Pentiment and Psychonauts 2, and Psychonauts 2 is a goddamn treasure. It's amazing. But, you know, people will say that doesn't count for various reasons because it's not like Horizon Forbidden West, right? And all I've ever said was, I don't care if Xbox doesn't outsell PlayStation. I've never talked about that idea once, ever. Because I know there's some people like, oh, you know, a lot of Xbox fans want them to be PlayStation. It's like, I've always said Xbox can't outsell PlayStation. It's just not possible, right? PlayStation's a worldwide brand. Xbox isn't. Those are just the facts. Xbox doesn't sell in certain countries like Japan and Germany and other places. PlayStation is just more powerful. It's more known. When people think gaming, people think PlayStation. Those are just truths, right? So to me, I was just like, all right, the best thing that Xbox can do is just make great titles, maybe claw back some market share. They're doing this different direction where they're on PC and they're on cloud. Like they're basically saying we're not going to compete in the way that Sony competes. We're going to do something different, very much in the same manner that Switch and Nintendo was like, we can't compete with the Xbox and PlayStation in the same way they want to do stuff. And they went and did something different. They did the Wii. It was immensely successful. And then they did the Wii U and was immensely awful. Almost like sunk the company. And they spun it around. They changed it. And here you got the Switch. And once again, immensely successful. Maybe best-selling console of all time when it's all said and done. So it's like it's like those days where Xbox, PlayStation, GameCube, where they all kind of do the same thing. It's over. The like industry shifted and moved on. So when in my channel, when I talk about what I want to see from Xbox, all I've ever talked about was I want great games. That's all I care about. AAA games, smaller titles, like I just want them to put out amazing quality games. And it seemed like that was happening. 2021, like it almost seems like we got like you got a taste of it, and then like you got blue balls because they didn't finish it, and then like 2022 happened. It was like, oh, I'm ready, and then it stopped, and it was just all over. That's what seems like almost to us, right?
To a degree, but like they also had momentum at the start of the year. Because they had that really great run January with Game Pass. They had Monster Hunter Rise. They had Wolong dropping in there as well, and some other games. And then they also had Hi-Fi Rush, and it was like, oh god, are we finally seeing the start of are we seeing the fruits of all these acquisitions finally? Are we seeing like an ongoing plan for great games constantly in Xbox Game Pass, and then it just sputtered out. We got like a quadruple gut punch, really. Minecraft Legends was mid. Even as a strategy game fan, I didn't really have the biggest expectations for it. Blackbird Interactive is the dev of Minecraft Earth, after all, which was not good. Minecraft Earth was not good. It was kind of like, man, I remember previewing at E3 with the augmented reality and thinking, man, this could be huge, But the preview at E3 was practically exactly the same what we got a year later when it was finally launched, with probably the worst monetization model I've ever seen in a mobile game in history. They wanted you to pay like $5 to build, every single time, and it's like, dudes, that's not gonna work. You want me to pay to do what I can do in Minecraft, the regular Minecraft, for free, the actual point of the game. So like I didn't have high hopes for Minecraft Legends on that basis, but
I'll just mention Jez.
Sorry, go on.
Nobody really talks about Minecraft Legends in the same way nobody talks about
Yes.
MLB The Show anymore. Right? MLB The Show used to be in the list. It used to be heralded by PlayStation fans as this amazing exclusive that reviewed extremely well. Now that it's multi-platform and it doesn't review as well as it did, nobody cares. Just like nobody really cares about Minecraft Legends because it's multi-platform.
It's multi-platform, yeah.
And
that's kind of, I mean, well, I suppose you could have said, like, at least pertains to what I'm saying is, you could have said that Minecraft Legends was a good Game Pass entry. But I don't think it is that good of a Game Pass entry. It's kind of like the campaign exists only as a tutorial for the versus mode, which honestly I haven't tried yet. And maybe it's really fun, but I don't feel like the tactical stuff is deep enough for me, and that's fine. If it's for kids, and if that's fine. It doesn't have to be for me. And that's how I kind of saw it in the end. I was kind of like, okay, Minecraft Legends is not for me. It's an accessible strategy game for newcomers to the genre. There's nothing wrong with that. But then we also got the news about the CMA. So the CMA blocked the deal, and this was supposed to be, a big deal for Xbox. We're going to get Call of Duty in Game Pass. Xbox was overnight going to become a true Tencent competitor, and Tencent is something they often cite as, the model they want to follow. And we're going to talk about that more again later. but like they were going to become a Tencent overnight. They were going to have like they were going to immediately have their Fortnite with Overwatch and Call of Duty Warzone. They were immediately going to have Call of Duty, which is the biggest franchise on earth, even though it's honestly in decline. And they were also going to have Blizzard, which gives you cultural relevance on the same level as Nintendo in some ways, in some audiences. You know, World of Warcraft is, you know, absolutely a, you know, it's not as big as it used to be, sure, but it's everyone knows what it is, you know, kind of like Minecraft and stuff like that. And you know, it has potential to bounce back. And this current expansion is really good. They just need to keep the quality up, and you know, it'll get there. But they were supposed to have all that, and they didn't get it because the CMA was like, "Nah, cloud. This is still spooky for the 5,000 Brits who play on the cloud. Imagine the all the terrible competition things that could happen to those 5,000 people." You know, meanwhile they were completely asleep while Google bought, you know, Instagram, WhatsApp, and all that kind of stuff. Facebook, sorry, but whatever. You know, it's that's ancient history. So then we got that news, and then we started getting the news about Redfall. You know, so people were already nervous about Redfall because Xbox has this reputation for launching mid games. You know, you got your Crackdown, bad memories of Crackdown. You got your sort of bait and switch with Recall, which had this really cool CGI trailer and its announcement, and then you get the game ends up being like, you know, a sort of basically an indie game, $30, priced appropriately at least, but you know, it's not what people expected with the CGI trailer they dropped, and you know, a bunch of other sort of games that, you know, didn't appeal to the wider Xbox fan base, whatever. So people start getting nervous. We start getting these IGN videos, which, to be fair to IGN, now that you watch that video, it's like, oh, it wasn't the gameplay that was bad. It was actually, that is just how the game plays, you know. And I bet that guy wasn't told to adjust his controller settings and stuff like that, because out of the box, the controller settings are very strange. You have to tweak them to make
they're awful out of the box.
They're awful, yeah. You have to tweak them to make the game feel normal for some reason. So there's that issue with it. And so the IGN first gameplay looked really bad. So people were like, oh, a bit nervous then. And then the revelation about the frame rate comes out. People are like, oh, God, they haven't done any quality control on this. And then lo and behold, it really does seem Xbox didn't even know what they had here. And like, I see Xbox marketing going hard and marketing the game. But unfortunately, the product they've got to work with it just isn't the best. And again, it's another one of them. Microsoft marketed this game, misled the audience with its marketing beats. And I'm sorry, but even on the day of launch, Harvey Smith, the legendary Harvey Smith, who created Deus Ex, who runs Arcane, who made Dishonored, made Prey, or worked on them, whatever, made some of my favorite games of all time. He's out here with official on the record statements calling Redfall an open world game with immersive sim elements. And I'm sitting here thinking, there's no immersive sim elements here. You know, immersive sim, you know, for those who don't know, refers to, you know, games like Dishonored, games like Deus Ex, where, you know, you can kind of tackle problems as you see fit. You know, you can crawl down vents and be stealthy, and there's all this emergent sort of storytelling to some degree. You know, you might find a note that gives you a hint at where a hidden weapon might be, and there are like maybe 2 or 3 instances in Redfall where I started feeling that Arcane DNA. I was like, okay, so I can do it this way, or you know, I can hack this door or whatever, and you know, exploit this whatever, and oh, there is a note here which hints at a secret weapon there, and stuff like that. There was a couple of shades of that coming through in the 35 hours I played it, but geez, it's just a lie. There is no immersive sim in this game, and to try and put it in the same pedigree as Prey or Deus Ex and these other great games that herald that legacy is just false. It's absolutely false. And I don't know if Harvey Smith, like, he just didn't know, or he didn't care, or he like he's planning to leave, and this is just sort of like his, you know, last dispassionate effort to ship something out the gate. But I don't know why they wanted to put that spin on it, that it was immersive sim when it's clearly not. So anyway, I digress. That's the sort of like, I digress a lot. that's the cap off the sort of set the stage for what has been an awful week in the Xbox universe. And I think like it's kind of sad that, like you said, we've been here before. Phil Spencer apologizing at Game Awards. There are other reviews from 2020 where he says the exact same thing. He says the exact same thing as he said before. And you know, I tell you, I love Phil. I love the guy. I love him. You know, he saved the brand from Terry Myerson. He saved the brand from the super low budget era. He saved the brand from Satya Nadella, who didn't get gaming. He's the reason Xbox exists right now. And you have to respect that immensely, that he was able to. Only Phil could have done that. Only Phil had been at Microsoft that long enough to understand the political landscape of Microsoft, where he could save Xbox from what was probably coming after Xbox One era. You know, that was probably totally on the table, where, you know, Xbox was this sort of separate thing that didn't matter, and it wasn't part of Microsoft's business model at all, to now being part of the executive leadership team and Microsoft Gaming being its own division. You know, there is, as far as I'm aware, there is no one at Xbox or Microsoft who could have done that. But now we're in this sort of irritating cycle where we just get this every 2 years. 2021 on paper was a really good year. We had Flight Simulator, Age of Empires 4 revived the brand. You know, Age of Empires is doing really well. Age of Empires 2 even is doing really well. It's crazy. So they've done a great job with some of the games that are kind of niche. You know, it's a shame that Age of Empires isn't like more, I don't know, mainstream. It's a shame that people often overlook Forza, which is a huge game, but it doesn't have that same cultural impact as an emotional character. I said this on a previous show. You can't. Some people do, probably. There's that dude in Japan who married a car, I think, or some country. Someone married a car, Rand. Do you know this?
No.
Someone married a car.
No, go ahead. I mean, you've said this before. Like, Forza doesn't give you feelings. I mean,
Forza doesn't give feelings. It doesn't give you feelings. Flight Simulator doesn't give you feelings, or most people. You know, some people marry cars and in real life, and that's fine. We don't judge on this podcast. But I don't think, broadly speaking, that some of these games have the same cultural impact to some degree. But, you know, that could change, you know, because you got Sony out here making a Gran Turismo movie, which might actually end up being really good.
Racer to gamer, bro. Tagline, gotta love it. You know, it's funny. I put it on Twitter. I only bring this up because I think it's probably not the same person, but when I was at the funeral for my grandfather, and it was over, and I was standing in the lobby waiting to leave to go to the luncheon, and I'm surrounded by people way older than me, right? I'm like, me and my brother were there, and like we were the two youngest essentially, and like my brother's 36 and I'm 41. And so I get out my phone and I'm looking, I check, and I have a DM from somebody that's clearly a sock account, right? Coward, and he's just like, "You're the reason Redfall sucks, and that Xbox will never do anything. You know, you're the reason, right?" And I'm like, I almost started laughing in the church, like literally, because I saw that, and because I normally don't get those type of messages. Like I've gotten like 1 or 2 death threats, and I've gotten a couple other things where people are upset or whatever. But this one took me so off guard. I was like, oh Jesus! And I see in the chat, I see somebody named Randall Cuck 19 who says, "Randall lies 19. You're the reason why Xbox is doomed." And
wow.
It's funny, like I saw that and I just kind of like had to laugh, and I'm just gonna...
I don't. Did they give a reason? Like I don't even know.
No. It does. You know, whatever. So I'm just gonna.
You're more of a traditionalist than me. Like I'm like on board with this cloud shit and this Windows gaming and all this stuff. You're like, I don't give a crap about cloud. I just want Xbox to be Xbox. You know. I don't get why you got that message but not me. But I don't know. I got messages too. Maybe it was from the same guy. I got a message on the sock account as well this week, so maybe it was the same.
If it makes you feel better, you can blame me all you want. I don't make as much money as Phil Spencer, so you can. I'll shoulder the burden of Xbox. You can put it all on me. You could make all the fake accounts you want, and subscribe to the channel so I can get to 100,000. I'll shoulder the burden of Xbox and be the person like, you're the reason why, you know. Anyways, that was some good tangents there, Jez. You know, we might as well. We're at the point here. Why don't you hit up that Manscaped thing?
Manscaped. Oh yeah, we got another ad read to do.
Yeah,
Because
normally we wouldn't do 2, but we had to this week.
Yeah, we had to this week because we missed one from last week because of
2 weeks
the week
ago,
before.
but yeah.
Yeah, so this is a bonus ad read for our lovely friends at Manscaped who support the show immensely, and we absolutely love them. They're our longest running sponsor, and their products are actually amazing. So I use them every day, Rand. I actually use Manscaped
so do
products every day.
I'm wearing my Manscaped boxers right now.
I use their shampoo and conditioner now. Like the shower gel, amazing. Everything they do is kind of amazing. It says ultra premium right on the box, so you know it's true. But anyway, friends, family, and loved ones, I bet you haven't purchased a Father's Day gift yet, have you? Not to fear, because the leaders in below the waist grooming are here. I'm talking about our friends at Manscaped trademark. They're saving the day yet again with a total package for your father's package this year. I'm talking about father's packages right now. It's time to upgrade your father's game from waist to face with this exclusive offer. Pay homage to the balls to which you owe your very life with Manscaped this Father's Day. Join the 8 billion men worldwide who trust Manscaped and get 20% off free shipping with the code XB2 at manscaped.com. And thanks to Manscaped for sponsoring this video.
Yes. Thank you very much. Code XB2 in chat, free shipping, 20% off. And then there's
Father's
also
Day.
Raycon, 15% off there as well. So
you gonna get your dad some Manscaped, right?
I might have to. But we need to shoulder on because this can't be a 5-hour show.
Why not? I'm down.
It just can't be. I'm not down for 5 hours. I get really tired eventually. So we gotta get to the juicy stuff. So if you guys are enjoying the show, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe. We have Stay High FFF saying, do you think Spawn Wave is a pony? He seems to love bashing Xbox. No, I talk to Spawn quite often. He's invited me on the Spawncast. I don't think he's a pony. He's.
I'm going to elaborate on this with a little tangent.
We had him on Xbox 2+1. I thought it was a great episode.
I think this is true of a lot of video game journalists and commentators, that they are kind of traditionalists, and I think this is true of Rand as well. Sometimes I speak to Rand and I'm just thinking, Rand, the game industry's just not like that anymore, friend. It's just not. And I think a lot of commentators, a lot of journalists, and they're obsessed with sales, they're obsessed with console sales, they're obsessed with the console market share because that's their beat and that's the world they know. But I would argue to some of these people, if I was ever on a debate show, I was like, why do you never ask what Tencent's hardware sales are? Why does no one talk about what Tencent's hardware sales are? Or hell, even ABK. Well, ABK doesn't sell hardware. Tencent don't sell hardware, and these guys are making billions and billions and billions of dollars. And at the end of the day, when it comes to being a publicly traded company in this industry, and they're all tech companies by definition, they're all tech companies. We live in a world where this hardware sales stuff just doesn't matter. There's only a handful of companies where hardware sales still matter, and that's Apple and Samsung, really. Like, everyone else is in the service business, and they can offer their services anywhere. Sony would probably make more money if they were, putting more effort into PC. And I think Sony's pretty much said that to that effect in their recent investor call, where they were saying, like, yep, there's more PC ports on the way because we're making a crap ton of money porting our games on PC. Yeah, maybe they'll come 6 months later so we can get all the juice out of our PlayStation audience. But they're still, at the end of the day, in the software business when it comes to this stuff. So we can debate the execution of that vision. We can debate the execution of Phil's vision of putting games everywhere and the services and the quality of those apps and stuff like that, and we're going to do that. But the industry just ain't what it is anymore. And I think a lot of journalists, a lot of content creators just have this nostalgic, rose-tinted way of looking at things, which doesn't take into account a lot of this stuff. We talk about the big three. We never talk about the big number one, which is Tencent. We never, ever talk about Tencent on this channel. We never talk about any of these massive companies that are making billions of dollars because it's boring.
Should we change the name of the show to the Tencent 2?
No, because it's boring. We don't care about Tencent.
Exactly. We don't care about Tencent, and nobody cares about Tencent. But yeah, go ahead.
People play their games. Fortnite. Tencent owns 50% of Fortnite.
Well, less than 50%, but yeah.
Well, 49%, whatever. They want to split hairs, but
don't they own all of Riot?
They own all of Riot. They own 100% of League of Legends. They own all this kind of stuff, and that's when we talk about like a lot of people had this console war mentality about ABK, and which is why like we had these debates. People were like, "Oh my god, Microsoft's going to make Call of Duty exclusive," and it's like, why would they do that? They're not trying to sell. They're not trying to use Call of Duty to sell consoles. They're trying to use Call of Duty to sell their service. They're a service tech company, and that's not to suggest that console won't be part of their strategy. It always will be, and I've had private conversations this week, where that pretty much solidify my view that Xbox is not going away as a hardware endpoint. They need a hardware endpoint for their service because at the end of the day, Apple, Google, Sony, and Nintendo won't let them put their service on their devices. You're going to get some TVs which have Xbox baked in, but again, that's not always the ideal scenario for a lot of people. So they need Xbox hardware to sell their service. But that's the business model now. It's not about what's your share of the static $200 million fixed 200 million monthly active console users. It's not about fighting over that shrinking share of the pie. It's about finding the full pie, which is the billions of people who are on mobile and other devices, and maybe converting them to core. And that is not to suggest that Xbox doesn't need a strong hardware endpoint for their service in console. It's not to suggest that at all. And Phil never said that. I think Phil's mainly. I mean, we're going to talk about this, but
yeah, but you keep on going on tangents. We can't get there because we can't get there. I mean, I love it because I just sit here and just kind of listen to you. And I think everybody loves it in the chat because that's what you do every week. But we can't get there because you just go on and on and on and on and on. And I mean, you're playing Overwatch and you're just talking. So
yeah, Phil's trying to bring us all along with him. He's trying to de-emphasize the console market as Xbox's business because he wants us to think of it more like our success speaks for itself in our quarterly earnings reports. The best quarters ever. Our services are up. Those are the success stories for Xbox now. It's not about hardware sales, and it's never going to be about hardware sales. It's all about de-emphasizing that narrative, and that's ultimately what I took from that because that's pretty much what he's been doing the last however many years of that stuff. Now, like I said, we can debate the execution of that strategy because I've got thoughts on that. But yeah, I don't think I think a lot of these people they're just not with the program yet.
Sure.
But they will be.
We got Mark Holt, Super Chat, saying, if you want to hear a different perspective on ABK, Destin Legary on his channel did an interview with Michael Pachter, and Pachter says it will go through and why it will. Look, I love Michael Pachter to death. I actually met him at E3 when I went there. But please, Pachter, stop talking about the deal and say it's going to go through because it's kind of the kiss of death. Just, I don't know, change it up and say the deal's going to get blocked so then I know it's going to actually go through.
Are you saying that the Pachter effect is the opposite of what he says?
The pack attack, man. Like, I mean, I would love to have him on Xbox 2+1, but like, when he was like, oh, the deal's like, because I think he's saying the CMA is going to basically overturn it in like a month. And I was like, really? Like, he's still sticking to the whole thing that it's going to be done and done soon. And I just see that I'm just like, oh, so that means it's never happening. Like, I don't know. Please, Michael, just stop talking about ABK. And if you do talk about it, just talk about how the deal's 100% dead. So then we can all be surprised when it rises from the grave eventually and the deal's complete. Supernova.
I'm hard on the record that the deal ain't happening.
I know.
Absolutely hard.
We know. We said this before. You did say that. Yes, you did. You're on the record. The deal's 100% dead. Yeah.
I will. That is one L that I'm so happy to take. If that is wrong. Yep. But I ain't wrong, man.
Supernova.
That deal ain't happening.
If quality games won't get you ahead of the competition, then how did Nintendo Switch successfully reach the top after the Wii U disaster? Knowing the Switch loses third party. #Pokemon.
We talked about that earlier, like why it's not a good comparison. It's not a good comparison because Nintendo's brand power is just way beyond Xbox's. B, it's not a good comparison because the Switch also cannibalized the 3DS, which had an install base of what?
A lot.
Millions and
Shit
millions
ton.
and millions and millions.
Yeah.
I personally owned like 4 3DSs. Like they released a million versions of that damn thing. So they cannibalized the sales of their own platform to make that happen. So it's not I get why people make that comparison, but it's not, when you look into it, it doesn't make a lot of sense. It just doesn't, you know.
Yeah.
But none of, I really want to emphasize this because I've already seen people in chat saying this. None of this is to suggest Xbox shouldn't make great games. And
Of course.
This is like
they need to make great games regardless. I mean, come on.
Sell if the future is Game Pass, you can't sell Game Pass without good games.
You cannot.
So you need good games.
You can't
even if there's no hardware.
You can't reach 3 billion gamers without good games. I'm sorry. No. It's not going to happen. And they've talked about that being the vision. So like they need to make great games. That whole talking point needs to die. Like they're not going to do that. Yeah, they will. Like it's just whatever. It's tough to say that after a release of Redfall's caliber. You know?
Well, that's why I keep saying we can debate the merits of how they're executing on that strategy. But I think the vision is strong. It's just the execution that's the problem right now.
Huffy Bear says, I don't think Arcane was prepared for the baggage that comes with being a first party. The magnifying glass and shade just for the sake of it from fanboys. Haters want it to fail just because it's Xbox. I don't think Arcane was I think this one just slipped away from Kane, and there's this. It isn't like they were ready to be a first party and being on their magnifying glass, because people, I think, still would have ripped this game apart regardless of whether or not it was first party, just like they did Fallout 76 and Wolfenstein Youngblood. It's just that this isn't a good game, and I think its core is kind of just
hollow,
rotten.
It's hollow
To a certain extent. It's just bad.
Do you want to quickly go over our thoughts on Redfall before we get into it?
Yeah, okay. So I played it for 3 hours, and my initial thoughts are, oh my god, this looks awful. This looks like a early Xbox One, late 360 title. The 30 FPS is as bad as I knew it would be. So not only does it look bad, it also feels bad to move around and move the camera, and you have to go through the settings and change some things to even get it to be remotely to actually remotely feel good. And then the thing I got from just like playing, I was just like, this game just feels cheap. It feels like there wasn't. I know it was under dev for 5 years, but it honestly feels like a budget title game. This feels like a B tier game that somebody would have made during the 360 gen, where it's like, it's like, okay, it honestly feels like it should have been a $30 or $40 title. Like the fact that this is $70 is kind of like shocking, because it doesn't feel like that. Like nothing that I was playing, I looked at it like, this doesn't even feel like a $60 title. It feels just completely cheap in every way. The way it looks, the characters, the cutscenes, like using watercolor concept art or what have you to explain the story. It just really has this cheap feeling. And I see people even suggest that this should have launched as an early access title. And maybe, but you expect much better than Arcane. Is it like the utter travesty that everybody sort of says it is? I don't think so, because there is fun to be had. Like I was playing with Colt, and I wasn't hating the experience. I wasn't like wanting to like kill myself and being like, this is the worst thing I've ever played in my life, because I've played some shitty games in my time. So I feel like I have a fair base of comparison to like what is an actually like a 3 or a 4 or whatever. But this game very much reminds me a lot of how I felt about Crackdown, where it was just like, this is just a boring, creatively vacant, cheap experience that is, not worthy of the Arcane name, essentially. I mean, that's, I don't know, like, the AI is dumb as rocks.
The AI is so bad. Like, it's so strange. I'd really love to know what the process was for this game, because I was kind of stunned, because I was kind of like you, where I was like, I think I wrote in my review, the best compliment I can give Redfall is that I don't hate it. Like I sort of like, I played it in 2 sittings. I wasn't like the boring stuff that usually comes with an open world. The fact there was so little of it, I ironically appreciated that to some degree, because oftentimes when I play these kind of Ubisoft kind of games, I get overwhelmed with the amount of icons on the screen, and I just start thinking, ugh, all this busy work. Look at all these icons. But in Redfall, there's no icons because there's nothing to do. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword. It's like there's like 2 or 3 repeatable activities in the game, like those weird nest things, which again, not great, but there's only like 6 per map. There's 2 maps as well, which is really strange, because why do you want to divide your content up into 2 locked out areas? Makes no sense. And I think that's a pitfall of using the Unreal Engine. Because we've seen that with Gears of War, where it had this. Gears of War also had this thing where it was like, okay, here's a massive door while we load up the next part of the open world. So I think like there are clearly some engine issues they had there, which they clearly struggled with, and I think Phil kind of alluded to that, where it's like we needed to get them some help on the Unreal Engine side, which is fair enough, and which is why I didn't punish it too hard for the bugs I encountered, because there are some, like because they weren't game breaking bugs. I don't know if I just don't care that much about bugs, but like things like texture popping, don't really care. The occasional phantom enemy, yeah, they look funny when you make a YouTube montage out of them. But like, if I see 6 instances of that in 30 hours, who gives a shit? I don't give a shit, personally. It looks great in a YouTube montage when you've got like, oh my god, look at these 6 bugged enemies I found. But over 30 hours, it doesn't really affect my experience, so I didn't really care about that much. And that's something easy to fix. But there are things about Redfall that aren't easy to fix, and that's like the loot system for one. So the game's about 30 hours long, even if you do a decent amount of exploration. I explored the entire map. I unlocked every single, what's it called, the sort of safe houses, whatever. And I did a lot of the side objectives and all that kind of content. I didn't do all of the side objectives because towards the end, I was just like, okay, I've seen enough about, I get the kind of quality level that Redfall's offering with these side objectives, and most of them aren't that great. But the issue with Redfall was the loot system. It doesn't work for the game. It's just horrible. It's a really, really poorly thought out that this game should be a Borderlands clone, because there's like I don't know, Rand. There's like 4, 5, 6 archetype weapons in the game, and then there's like 2 or 3 variants of each weapon. So there's like 3 different sniper rifles. There's like 3 different pistols. There's like 3 different shotguns. There's like 2 different stake guns, and there's like 2 different electric guns, and all that kind of stuff. So like your inventory ends up looking like you've got like 50 copies of the same bloody gun, over and over again, with barely any variation. Like one gun maybe does 10% more headshot damage. It's like, yeah, who cares? I don't care about this. And the problem with that is you might find a gun that you really like. Like I had this silent sniper rifle. So, well, that's another issue. The AI is so dumb that the AI doesn't know if something's silenced or not. The AI only has 2 states of intelligence, which is fully alert and partially alert, right? It doesn't have like, there's no system in the game for like, if an enemy detects a dead body, right? There's no special contextual knowledge that an AI has for that. If the AI detects a dead body, they have the same alert state as if you'd played a guitar, which is so dumb. It's so hilariously, laughably dumb that a dude can see a dead body and just be like, oh, I heard a noise, in the kind of similar way. So they've only got two AI states for their mobs, which again flies in the face of the claims of it being an immersive sim. There's no need to hide the bodies and all that stuff, because the AI is too dumb to care about dead bodies, which is so irritating. But even then, I had this cool sniper rifle that was silenced, and I was having fun with it. I was teleporting across the different buildings, sniping dudes from afar, and clearing out places that way, and it sped up the review process as well. To some degree, the teleport up to a building, and I started again feeling a little bit of that arcane magic, because a lot of arcane immersive sims have that teleport ability, right?
Yeah, it's true, they do.
But the problem, Rand, with the loot system then is that the enemies started getting too powerful for my gun. So as I played more and more, the gun that I've been using and enjoying to use for hours and hours and hours, it wasn't powerful enough. So I was trying to find a copy of this specific gun with the silence effect, and I just couldn't find one. And I was even grinding the nest. I was like, I really want to find an upgrade of my gun, and I can't find it. So for the last third of the game, I was playing with the gun I wasn't enjoying because the game's loot system forced me into that. That is the opposite of why you have a loot system. The loot system does not feel good because of that. And it just smacks of like loot system for the sake of it, Borderlands for the sake of it, with trend chasing, Fable Legends all over again. Did I not learn anything from Fable Legends? Clearly they didn't, you know, because they come. Well, I suppose again, I'm blaming Microsoft for that, but it clearly nobody learned from Fable Legends and all of these other service games, which ended up just sort of being horribly disappointing. The loot system doesn't work. The AI is horrible. The open world is very empty. I only found like maybe 2 or 3 real secrets in my 30 hours with the game, which is flies in the face again of that immersive sim claim. And I ended up just being like, this is not my Arcane. This is not Prey. This is not Dishonored. This is not like even Deathloop, which I didn't like. I didn't even like Deathloop that much. But the Deathloop even is demonstrably more complicated. It has demonstrably better open world, demonstrably more compelling combat system, better physics, better everything almost. And I was so disappointed. I was so disappointed because I couldn't help but think of Crackdown, And even though I wrote an article, and this is the final point, I wrote an article saying you can't blame Microsoft for this because
you were called. Yeah, people. All right, because people thought you were. I saw it on Reset Era. I saw it on Twitter. Jez is damage controlling, and I felt like they didn't read the article. But yeah, go ahead and talk about that.
So I wrote an article saying Microsoft can't be blamed for this. Nobody read. People who were pissed off about it, they clearly didn't read the context of the article because at the end of the day, I still blame Microsoft for not revising their processes. But my point was, you can't blame Microsoft for the production or the commissioning or the state of this game because Microsoft and ZeniMax, as right now, are still separate entities. I was told that the integration's still ongoing. It takes years to do these integrations. And I even use a comparison in my own job where it took me almost a year to persuade my parent company, because Windows Central was acquired 2 years ago. We were then forced to use their system for the articles about a year ago, and that's why the layout changed about a year ago. And since then, we haven't had a comment system. And these guys were like, you don't need a comment system. What do you need a comment system for? You don't need a comment system. And I was like, we need a comment system because you guys are killing our community. No one can discuss our content or our articles, So it took me a year and an algorithm update to Google where Google's like, we need to, in this world of AI generated content, we need more human stuff on websites, So Google started actually ranking websites with comment systems more highly. So then I was finally able to get through to them that we need a comment system, and then we got it back. That's how long the integration with Future is taking just for Windows Central. And we're a tiny ass team. We are such a small team compared to Arcane and then ZeniMax at large. Because ZeniMax is got almost 3,000 employees, They've got a huge amount of employees. The integration with Microsoft's processes and systems and services, that takes a long time. And that's kind of what I was getting at with that article, is that there's still teething problems with regards to some of this stuff. But I was also saying that's Microsoft's fault. Microsoft should be a little bit more serious about this. They should get more investment in creating a task force to explore why this keeps happening, because like Rand said, this felt like Crackdown again. This literally felt like Crackdown again.
Feels cheap. It just feels really cheap, and it does
yeah,
and what it actually, thinking about it, the best thing I could say about Arcane or about this game really is that it makes me appreciate the other games I played recently more. Like, I appreciate Dead Island 2 more now. I appreciate Resident Evil 4 Remake even more now. I appreciate Hi-Fi Rush even more now. And maybe that is a harsh thing to say, but like, it's just true, because it's like, you play these games and some of them are really good, and you're like, maybe it could have been better. And then you play this, and you're like, oh yeah, now you know what a like kind of bad game is, and it kind of refocuses on like other games you played recently, and it's like, and maybe Redfall gets better. I've heard other people say like the second island is better or whatever, but like right now, it just really feels like a subpar experience that's not worthy of the Arcane name, that doesn't really feature a lot of the stuff that they're known for, that feels like it feels like a game kind of with no identity, because they basically traced the trend.
I wrote that too.
Like, it basically kind of felt like a mandated thing from Bethesda back in 2017, where it was like, oh god, nobody wants single player anymore, single player doesn't sell, everybody do live service. And then they did live service with Wolfenstein Youngblood and Fallout 76 and failed. And this kind of seems like a holdover from that era, where it was like, Arcane games don't really sell well. You might be on the chopping block. Create this new type of games as a service that the gamers love these days. But now the games take forever to make. And you've seen the leaks and the screenshots where this game was supposed to have a microtransaction store and all these things, and it was ripped out. Most likely because of the Microsoft acquisition, where it was like, you didn't really need that stuff anymore. But I feel like this game just, Phil mentioned in his interview where it was like, basically, they would delay the game for bugs and performance issues, and this game's got a lot of bugs, a lot of performances, and they still didn't delay it, whatever. But he kind of mentioned that, like, you don't delay the game because of, they didn't really hit their creative vision, and it really doesn't feel like that. Like, there feels like no delay, whether it would be a year or two, would have like fixed the core problem at the center of this game. Not saying that you can't enjoy Redfall. Like, if people in chat are enjoying Redfall and you like it, more power to you. Don't let anybody tell you that you shouldn't or can't be liking this game, because everybody's opinions are different, right? And
I even enjoyed what I played. It was just, it's such a basic game.
I mean, I don't.
Like, when you're thinking $70, it's like,
I don't. I mean, I'm not playing the game and like hating myself. It's just kind of just.
Yeah.
It just exists, and the fun to be had is sort of like playing with like my buddy, like Colt Eastwood. I was like having a good time playing with him, but it's like, playing with your friends is enjoyable for anything, anyways. I don't know how I would really like this game if I was playing single player. But yeah, so it's the thing where it's like, this just kind of puts a big, for a lot of people, this puts a big question mark over, like, Xbox and Phil Spencer. Like, apologize yet again for things like, oh, we like Phil said, hey, we're disappointed that that I let down the Xbox community. And like, truth and be honest, I love Phil too. Phil's a friend. I talked to him quite a bit. I mean, he invited me to E3 personally to hit 1 million gamer score. You know how much that means to me? Like, he didn't have to do that. So like, Phil means a lot to me, and I've criticized him in the past. Like, I laid some of Halo Infinite's failure at his feet, about like not fixing that studio and getting rid of people and just kind of letting it fester, and then you end up with the situation you're in. And Phil put it all on his shoulders that I'm the one to blame for this. And that is what you should be saying. Like, yeah, like you're the boss. And like you mentioned, if this is Bethesda and Arcane's fault, it doesn't matter that who's ultimately responsible for this, because everything reflects on Xbox.
Yeah,
right. At the end of the day, it's just it reflects poorly on Xbox, and at a time where you're coming off your worst year, people have questions about the brand in the first place, and then the first game that you put out that you've been marketing for 2 years is a cheap experience that is maybe salvaged by Game Pass because people don't have to pay $70 for it. This game's $70. Why? This game is at most a $30 or $40 experience. There's nothing in here that screams as this is a full price $60 game, other than like, we can get away with it and it was in development for this long or whatever. Like, Hi-Fi Rush is 100 times the game the game that this is, and that was like $30. You know, so it's like, yeah, it's disappointing. Phil's disappointed. You know, and coming out and apologizing again, and you know. I don't even know. Like, I'm gonna read some super chats because I need to gather my thoughts on this. It's just, it just really makes me appreciate other games now more. Like when I play Star Wars Jedi Survivor, because I haven't have the best week, so I haven't played that yet. In fact, the first game I played this week was today before the show to get this footage. I'm probably gonna appreciate Jedi Survivor more because it's like fuck Redfall or Dead Island 2. Like now thinking back on it, I'm like, God, that game was really, really good. And it's like you play Redfall and you're like, oh my God, Dead Island 2 was so much better. So let's see. We have Years of Lurking. Need E3 guesses and rating from Rand and Jez ASAP. We'll talk about that because Phil talked about that. Andy Hart says, what were your thoughts to Phil Spencer's interview? Do you think he was concerned as he looked? I thought he was very honest. He was very honest, and he looked worn down, and he looked upset, and he looked pissed, and he mentioned it multiple times. But, we'll talk about really here shortly because we're getting to that point where, it's going to... Well, I mean, this whole thing is about Phil in his interview anyways. The Andrew 13. Phil mentioned collections. Fallout, Gears, Fable. He did sort of kind of slip and say collection of games. I don't really think he meant third party. I mean, there's rumors of Fallout collection. Special Nick has the rumor about the Gears collection. You remember when you said the Gears collection didn't exist, Jez?
Hey, that was a long time ago, bro.
I mean, do you think it exists now? I mean, are you gonna have to give Special Nick some credit?
Times change, man.
Oh, okay. So maybe a Gears collection or a Fable collection exists, and that could be something that tied Gears fans over until 2025 or 2026 when Gears 6 comes out and you can play a Gears collection with the 3. Maybe that gets announced at E3.
Maybe.
Nintendo down the Otaku. Pokemon is the only franchise you have a point with, though. Breath of the Wild, Mario Odyssey, Splatoon, Mario Kart, Smash Bros, Fire Emblem are high-quality exclusives, and that's why people bought a Switch. Nintendo, he's not going to let you get away with disparaging the Switch like that, Jez.
I would disagree.
He's not going to let you get away with that.
I'm sorry, but if Microsoft released a perfect one-to-one Smash Bros. Clone, everyone would cry about the netcode, and they'd be like, "Oh my God, it doesn't have rollback netcode," or "Oh my God, the servers are trash." I think Nintendo gets away with things that other platforms don't. Frankly, I think Splatoon as well. I can't play Splatoon because I can't stand the netcode. It's like I've gone back to the Xbox 3 or the Dreamcast era. It's like I'm playing on dial-up. So, personally, I disagree with that. I think Nintendo gets away with things that Sony and Xbox can't get away with because of their brand power.
Wow. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Who's got bigger brand power, Nintendo or PlayStation?
Nintendo, undoubtedly.
Did you see
Mario's about to cross $1 billion? Did
you see the whole stuff that's gone on between Kotaku and Nintendo and that Luke guy and what he tweeted? Like, yikers!
Oh yeah, that guy really upset. Is his account still locked?
I mean, I think so. Yikers, bro!
Yeah, that's it's a messed up. It's a messed up company, really.
Kotaku, shit.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I'm truly not. People think about when I talk about things, they think of it in a binary way. They think I'm saying like all Nintendo games are trash. I'm not saying that. I'm saying they do have some genuinely great creative games, and even though Splatoon has trash servers and Smash Brothers has trash servers as well, they're like really great games. But there's demonstrable evidence out there that suggests that if competitors make one-to-one ripoffs without the brand, that they just don't do as well. And you can talk about I don't know. What was that Ubisoft game? That Ubisoft game that was basically like a riff on Breath of the Wild, right? A lot of people think.
God, yeah, I know it.
I can't remember its name. The fact that we can't remember its name proves.
I played it too.
You played it and you can't remember its name. So it's
somebody in chat will know. Somebody in chat will have to know. God, it's on the tip of my tongue. I can literally picture it in my mind's eye.
Immortals, right? Phoenix Rising.
One of the worst things ever, right? Jeez.
Yeah, so
Immortals
Immortals
Phoenix
Phoenix
Rising,
Rising.
yeah.
A lot of people say that did the Breath of the Wild mechanics way better, but it didn't sell anywhere near as much. Even though it runs better, looks better, has all this kind of stuff, it doesn't have the brand power behind it, you know. And I can't. Honestly, you can't. And there's nothing wrong with getting hyped about the brand or getting hyped about nostalgia. I do. I literally said when I was talking to Benji Sales about this, I have 250 hours in Pokemon Sword and Shield, and I know for a fact 90% of that is nostalgia. You know, and you know, when Rand tried to play Pokemon Sword and Shield, he said it was the worst game he's ever played in his life.
Yeah.
That's because Rand has no nostalgia for Pokemon.
Well, you know what?
And
Redfall is a million times better than Pokemon Sword and Shield.
Well, there you go.
Redfall is a goddamn masterpiece of video game design compared to fucking Pokemon.
Well, this is the thing about art, right? Because the games are the intersection of art and science, you know, at the end of the day. And even though, like, maybe Immortals, I haven't played Immortals or Breath of the Wild, but, like, I'm just going on what people say. So, people, even if, just for the sake of, you know, being hypothetical, even if Immortals Phoenix Rising is a better game mechanically, graphically, and everything than Zelda, and the only thing that Zelda has going for it is its brand, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with playing a game for nostalgia's sake because it makes you feel good, because that's what art is for. Art is about what makes you feel good. And Nintendo has 40, 50 years almost of of operation and brand power behind it. You know, there's people who are like, you know, as old as Rand, you know, playing and playing, remember, you know, growing up playing Mario and stuff. And it's okay to want that experience and want that feeling, because that's what art's all about. It's about how you make it feel. It's about subjective. It's completely subjective. I was talking to Ash and Luca about music reviews recently, where like music reviews are just really dumb because everyone listens to music for a different reason. When I was watching Dune, and like some of the way like Hans Zimmer bends the semitones, like bends the semitones during like some of the transitions is just like, it gives me goosebumps. Well, that's not going to give the next person goosebumps for whatever reason. I have no idea why it gives me goosebumps, but that's the great thing about art. Nothing wrong with liking Nintendo for the way it is, but that was my point. That was my point, is that I don't think Xbox has that. Not in the same way. I think like they had it with Halo to some degree. And I think like with Halo, if they can one day release a really great Halo game, those fans will come back. They'll come back in much the same way that people came back to Nintendo when they released the Switch. You know, and that's the brand power. But I think Microsoft only has Halo for that.
Bro,
They only
you do realize that you've talked more about Nintendo this podcast than Xbox?
Well, it's because people keep bringing up that.
Yeah, but it's just Nintendo Don the otaku. That's his whole, yeah, I mean, he's trying to get under your skin.
Oh, okay.
He's trying to get under your skin about Nintendo.
I'll stop rambling now, but yeah.
Austin H, this film interview was different. It wasn't a fluffy, we need to be better. It was, this entire thing sucks and is no way acceptable, and even the interview's language is too kind. Yeah, he wasn't having it. People were like, can we get a positive thing, Phil? And Phil's like, no. Like, it's just, you could tell he definitely, yeah, he was, I've never seen that side of Phil at all, really.
Yeah, I've never seen it either. You know, and I think like it's been a very bad few weeks for Xbox. We talked
really?
about it. Yeah.
It's been like the worst.
Yeah, but I mean, even at like a corporate level, they've had like some success with the quarterlies, but like as for if you're in the community or a customer, it's not been great for the vision, for the brand and all that kind of stuff.
ABK deal may be blocked and Redfall might be a 59 Metacritic game, but Xbox got you covered with controllers. Don't forget. I remember when I freaked out on controllers one point in 2017, and Phil still won't ever let me forget that, and neither would James. I wonder if James is still listening. You know. Brett, he says, until the mindshare changes, the media's perspective will not change. Once the mindshare's opinion changes, then the media will change for the clicks. Jason says, how could Redfall be Xbox's one more thing during last year's showcase? Did Phil and team not know the state of the game? Not to mention, it was delayed for quality insurance. That's the other thing that kind of blows my mind about this, was that like Redfall was literally the one more thing. Like, hey, got one more little surprise for you Xbox fans. Guess what? Arcane's working on a new game. It's got vampires. It's called Redfall. Plastered Xbox exclusive in the biggest font you could possibly imagine on the poster. Yeah, right? And then it led off last year's show. And all the while, when you think back on it, I was like, all the while, they probably knew it was bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it comes out and like kind of a broken state, and like bugs, performance issues, unfinished, no 60 FPS, 30 FPS, which is like the game drops frames too. So it's like this game not lock 30, so it makes me wonder how the hell they're going to get this to run at 60. And Phil talked about like, and I sort of think it's like new to like, oh, we acquired a publisher, integration takes a bit, Arcane's secretive, and they didn't ask for help because, we sent the ATG team to Starfield. Phil did seems like really more upbeat on Starfield, but like Arcane kind of just didn't say anything, and then they ran into problems, and they're working in Unreal, and like we got teams that do really good work on Unreal, like, Rare and Coalition, and maybe we should have helped earlier and those sort of things. And yeah, that all comes with time, but it also kind of just like, Xbox isn't like brand new to all this. It's not like they're a startup company. Like they've been in the video game industry since like 2001. They ship some of the greatest games of all time. Some of the games that changed the direction of the industry at certain points, right? With Halos and things like that. This isn't like your mom and pop startup company with your uncle and cousin where it's like, video games, what's that? How did this work? Right? So like,
yes.
When you get like Phil taking it on the chin, which he did, and then being like, oh, well, we need to look at our critical issues and all, like under some of the quotes here, like seriously, because I have some of it like saved here. Basically, let's see, blah, 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 blah. There's nothing more difficult to me than disappointing the Xbox community. I've been part of it for a long time. To watch the community lose confidence and be disappointed, I'm disappointed. Yeah, I'm upset with myself. The 60 FPS thing was kind of a punch in the chin. He goes on to say, because I'm looking at year. Yeah, he's like, when we build games that review in the high 80s, we build games that review in the 70s. I mean, it's part of the game publishing thing. I have no problem with that. Like, you got to take creative risks. Sometimes they'll pay off. Sometimes they won't. But it certainly seems to me that Redfall wasn't that much of a creative risk outside of the fact that they just don't normally do these sort of things. And it seemed to me more of like, we need to trace a trend. We need to trace a trend because it's demanded to us by the people in charge. Otherwise, we might be shut down because our games don't sell so good. And that's not Microsoft telling them that. It's whoever was really in charge of Bethesda during that time frame. That's what it feels like to me. Yeah, we do mock reviews for every game that we launch, and this is double digits lower than we thought it would be for the game, which is like double digits, 10 points. Did they expect the 72? Or did they expect something in the mid-70s? We would never strive to launch a game that we thought was going to review in the low 60s. It's not part of our goals. This game was significantly below our internal metrics in terms of what actually reviewed, but that's not on anybody but us. Like, we have to do that in terms of our commitment to the game. Like, yeah, who played this game? And the way that like it just came out, it sort of felt like Xbox and Bethesda really didn't believe in the game. And they just kind of just like, we just need this out. We just need to move on. We just get this thing over with. And I made the point at the end of my video where I was like, if Xbox doesn't believe in their games and like care about their games, then why should I? Why should we? Right? Do I care about this stuff more than they do? Because it certainly seems that nobody at Xbox really cared about the release of Redfall, considering the state it actually did come out in, right? And it's just like, well, if you don't care, why should I care? And I'm a fan, So, I mean, I appreciate Phil coming out there and saying it's all on him and apologizing and promising to do better and that it's unacceptable and all these sort of things and basically being like, oh, well, these are the reasons why and all that sort of stuff, But, he's been head of Xbox for since 2014, he's been working at Xbox as like head of first party since like, I don't know, 2008 or whatever it was. Like Phil's not new to any of this stuff, right? He's not new to releasing critically maligned games. You know, the Xbox One era was full of all that stuff, from like the rises to the crackdowns and all the stuff in between. You know, it was commonplace. One of the reasons why the Xbox gen kind of played out the way it did, like, it was just mediocre a lot of times. And it's like, and we all thought it was getting better. It seemed like it turned a corner, and I still think like the stuff in the future will be incredibly good. And I do like the vision for Xbox. I have no problems with their desire to be everywhere and being like, we want console and PC and cloud, because it just sort of seems like the future. Like, I totally get the strategy. Game Pass is amazing. It saved me a whole bunch of money this year. I've been using it like crazy. But also at the same time, it's like, come on, you've been doing this for a long time now. Like, yeah. And maybe this one's different because it's like part of a publisher that got integrated, and the game was already mostly finished or close to being finished, because they acquired them in 2021. The game was supposed to come out a year later, so it was like something that was already done. And it's like, okay, I'll give you this one time, where it's like, okay, you know, like I can get this being a different thing from other situations in the past, right? But like, it can't ever happen again. I don't want to sit here in a year, 2 years from now, with Phil on IGN Unlocked apologizing for some release of some other game, right? I thought we were past this shit, and here we are right back into it again. So it shouldn't have happened in the first place. This is an unacceptable release from Xbox, right? It's cheap, and Redfall's just a cheap looking game, a cheap playing game, and probably should have been canceled before they revealed it, right? And maybe that's too harsh. But
well,
yeah,
put it this way: Sony would have cancelled this game.
Maybe.
I don't think there's any maybe about it. I think Sony would have cancelled this game, and I think like the debate boils down to like, I think this game will do numbers in Game Pass, and I've noticed recently they've started announcing XYZ got 1 million players, and they just announced that Toastwire. I was going to call it Toastwire Gokyo then. Toastwire. I want some toast now. I must be hungry. But yeah, Ghostwire Tokyo, they just announced that hit 4 million players, and they also announced Minecraft Legends hit 3 million players, I want to say. But they've started announcing engagement numbers, and I think that's because they want to change the narrative away from sales and back towards engagement, because that is what Microsoft's trying to be. They're trying to be Tencent. Tencent never talks about sales because all of its games are bloody free. They talk about engagement. They talk about, you know, how much users they've got and all that kind of stuff, right? So, yeah, but Sony's different, because they don't care about engagement. They care very heavily about brand perception. And I think we've hit a point now where these kind of mid games are negatively affecting brand perception. You were talking about at the start of the show, you've never seen so many mainstream game pundits like Angry Joe or whoever talking about Xbox in this context of they can't make games. You know, and now it's like, it's not just affecting the brand of Xbox as a hardware manufacturer, it's affecting Xbox as a service deliverer, because this, at the end of the day, this impacts the way Game Pass looks. And this is the other side of the argument, right? Because a lot of people have been sort of dooming and glooming, saying I'm damage controlling and stuff, but I'm sort of damage controlling about the things that they're wrong about at the end of the day, that console sales matter. I don't agree that console sales matter that much in the future grand scheme of things. But one thing that absolutely does matter, and this is by Microsoft's own admission, is the quality of the service they're putting out. Netflix, for example, lives or dies based on the quality of its exclusives, especially in a world where everything's super competitive. And yeah, Netflix has flops, but I don't think a flop for Netflix has the same kind of negative impact that it does for Xbox, because we've been waiting so long for this AAA quality. We've been waiting for so long, and you mentioned Phil's done the apology tours repeatedly over the years, we hear you on quality. We hear you on quality. When I was looking for things to link back to in an article earlier, I was going back to like 2019 where Phil was talking about this, and the processes that are supposed to mandate improved quality just haven't appeared. And I think like it's a different kettle of fish when you're releasing a Recore, which is $30. Fine. You're releasing a Minecraft Dungeons, which you could damage control and say, well, that's for kids. Fine. But when you're releasing a $70 game that is mature in nature, blood, guts, and whatever, and it's an open world game, by which there are countless examples of open world games with loot systems, Borderlands, Destiny, whatever. You've got loads of games you can compare that to and be like, well, that's not as good as this. Microsoft released this, right? Which is gonna there's no way out of this. There is no way out of Redfall's damaging the brand perception, and that stuff's going to filter down. It's going to filter down across the whole thing, and people will still buy Xbox for the value proposition, and Xbox is still selling decently. It's down year over year because of stock levels, but there's the demand's clearly there because the service and engagement is up, whatever. But I don't think Xbox wants to keep having this reputation for releasing crap.
No, they don't. I mean, Phil's talked about they don't, and it's like that's why this one hurts is because we've already went through all the bad games before and the promises of we'll do better, only to end up back here again. And you know what? Maybe like I mentioned in my video, it's not even really about Redfall because I do think some of the talking points about this game being like the worst game of all time are exaggerated. Like the game's just not good. It's not. It's like not horrible. It just kind of exists. It's not great. It's not good. It's just whatever. It just is. It's just a game that didn't meet its creative vision. Some people will find it fun. Some people don't. But the problem is it's
Rand. I just want to mention this before I forget. I've heard someone describe it as Far Cry at home.
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
I can't think of another way of describing it.
It's Redfall, it's not about the game. It's about everything surrounding Xbox. That's why people are upset. And that's why people are... Well, some of the content creators are like, I need to just... This is really good SEO right now. Let me just hammer it. But, like, it's a snowball rolling down a hill that eventually gets bigger and bigger and bigger and becomes an avalanche. It's Redfall being bad after all the promises that we're going to deliver great, consistent content, right? And Phil finally mentioned that they're almost going to be at the point where they're going to be releasing a big game every single quarter, right? He says we're pretty much there in the interview, right? But it's the Redfall, but all the promises of it. It's off the back of delaying the games a year. Like this game was supposed to come out last year. What was it like then? So you delayed the game, right? But also off the back of an E3, which Paris mentioned to Phil, where they promised all these games are coming the next year. And they didn't hit it. And Phil mentioned that too. Because I remember on this very show, I was like, come on, you didn't meet your promises. People are going to be upset. And then people were like, well, Rand, they said in the fine print, you can't, But even Phil said we didn't hit it, right? Like, he took responsibility for that. So it's like not hitting those things. And then there's the stuff with the console, the Xbox Series X, right? Not doing what they said it would do, like all these RDNA 2 features and velocity architecture and all this sort of stuff they talked about in the lead up of 2020 and all these things and 12 teraflops and all this stuff. And, people talked about it like doing all these crazy things and you're getting these games and it's like 30 frames, barely holding 30. Some don't even hit 60, like Jedi Survivor, not doing well, or like Ghostwire Tokyo running better on PlayStation, like your own IP running way better on PlayStation than Xbox. It's like, so some people are like looking at like all the broken promises surrounding everything that's sort of happened, and it's all just coalesced into this. We haven't had a big game in 18 months. This is the first one, and it's this. You come back after 18 months and you deliver me this? Even though there's tons of games to play in the console, I'm having probably one of the best years in quite some time, like from Dead Island 2 to Resident Evil to Hi-Fi Rush to Dead Space, right? All the games I've played and beat this year, I'm loving it. Loving. Because, yeah, the third parties are carrying everything. And Wolong, Atomic Heart, playing the stuff on Game Pass. Don't even have to fucking buy it. It's great. And there's going to be more great games. I'm about to play Star Wars Jedi Survivor. And this is the game I've been most waiting for. So it's like, I'm excited about everything. Right? But some people, it's like, when they look at, like, specifically what is Xbox releasing, and then they see, like, well, you go from Halo Infinite, a game which also has its problems, which also they had to delay for a year, which then also had its own issues, and then basically get rid of everybody at the studio. It's kind of like, you basically have two games released back to back that have problems in different ways, but all comes back to, like, what's really going on, like, because the mismanagement and all that sort of stuff that's followed, everything around, like, it's very hard to, like, kind of say, well, no, there's none of that when you release a game and immediately have to go on a podcast and apologize for the game. You know what I mean? And I'm like, even with all that said, it's like, I still think Xbox is going to kill it this generation. I don't think they're going to outsell PlayStation, but I never thought they were going to outsell PlayStation. I guess maybe you can call me a fool. Like, oh, Rand, what more do you need to see? Well, I mean, like, if Hellblade 2 shit, and if Avowed comes out and it's crap, and if Perfect Dark hits and it's just mediocre like Redfall, then I'd be like, all right, well, like, I'm all for, like, kind of giving people the benefit of the doubt and being positive and be like, okay, I think these things will be better. So I'm not, like, like what I think Xbox can do and the teams that they have and stuff, like, none of that's really shaken at all. I'm just disappointed in all this again. I don't know how much more I can really say that, or, like, espouse upon, like, the disappointment of having to listen to Phil just apologize once again for releasing mediocre content that shouldn't be released by a first-party platform, And how much does ABK factor in all this? So, like, when they were busy looking at other things, like, oh, so busy with ABK, did this game get overlooked because of it? Right? I don't know, but, like,
I hear the frustration in your voice, and it's like, that's kind of, I think you kind of summarized the feelings of the whole community. Like, even the people who are the most positive about Xbox, even people who are just like, super, I don't know, shilling for everything. There comes a point where it's just like, this just can't continue. And I think, like, there is a question of, what is the process by which this keeps happening? What is deficient in Microsoft's structure where this just keeps happening right now? And I kind of feel like I excuse for Redfall because they're not fully integrated with Microsoft yet. But I have to ask myself, like, they should have been more integrated. They should have had the eye on the ball. And I said that in my article. They needed more investment in processes and groups like the Advanced Technology Group, which, by the way, I heard only started looking into Redfall after that media shitstorm, about 30 frames a second. They had no idea what was going on there. And, who's to blame for that? Whose job is it to check on these studios and make sure that they're hitting what they're saying they're meant to be hitting? Because at the end of the day, all the press about Redfall was full of inaccuracies. They're talking about it being like, their take on Far Cry with immersive sim elements or whatever. And, Elements is putting in a lot of work in that sentence. Like, Elements, like, yeah, okay. That word's doing some serious heavy lifting when you talk about immersive sim elements. But I think the important thing about that, and the reason to have some vague optimism, is I think that might have gotten through to Phil now, because he literally mentioned, without being prompted, we're going to revise our processes on this. And I kind of, like, Reset Era, they're all mad at me for defending Xbox over Redfall or whatever. Well, I didn't really defend them over Redfall, but I just wanted to lay out the facts about what happened at the end of the day. with maybe a little bit of a spicy title, but nobody ever talked to Red. Well, Xbox fan did, and you guys did. I appreciate the support on this because it's one of my most read editorials of the year so far. Was Xbox is distracted, and the console experience is suffering. But really, I regret that title because it's not the console experience that's suffering. It's the whole platform that's suffering. And the thing is, this all starts with the console experience because even if they are trying to be a service-driven company, the best experience for Xbox Game Pass today, forget cloud, forget Windows, the best experience for PC Game Pass right now is the console. Microsoft can't even get that right. So if they can't get the sort of premier Game Pass experience right, even if we are in this magical service world where everything's service now, the subscription base and stuff like that, they need to get the tip of the spear needs to be sharp, and it's dull right now. It's dulled. It's not sharp at all. You wouldn't be able to cut through, warm butter with the spear they've got right now. And that is the thing that I would criticize about the way things are going. And this is what I wrote in my article is they need more investment. They need more oversight. They need more investment in that oversight. They need processes in place, and they need a stronger framework for picking winners. If you are selling me a game for $70, even if I'm buying it on Game Pass, you are delivering an expectation of a certain quality level. If you're telling me, like, if you're showing me a Pentiment and it's a sort of like a side project, that's great. And I love that. I do love that Phil emphasizes the idea that we want our teams to do creative things.
They're not going to force them to do just the thing that they always done, and I'm perfectly okay with that. I'm perfectly okay with the groundeds and the Pentiment, even though I play Pentiment or whatever. Like, I'm perfectly fine with developers making the games that they want to make. Yeah,
but there has to be a caveat to that. There has to be a caveat. The caveat has to be, don't let your studio that makes immersive sims try and take on Redfall unless they've got the expertise in house, a good plan in place, expertise using the engine they're planning to use, and all this kind of stuff. I wouldn't let, for example, I don't know, I wouldn't let 343 make a soccer game. Like, what knowledge have they got about making a soccer game? There has to be not a Ruth. If it was me, it'd be ruthless. I would be ruthless. I would be like, are you guys serious? You want to make a Borderlands clone? That's a stupid idea. You're not making a Borderlands clone. Make Dishonored 3. That's what I would do, But at the end of the day, I'm not in charge, and maybe I'll be unpopular being a boss. But if I was growing a business, I would not want the dev who isn't known for making these kind of games make that kind of game without them giving me a compelling plan. I'd want to see, if you're making a loot system based game, show me the loot system, show me all the weapon designs. I don't want 18 weapons. I want 200 weapons. I want 250 weapons. Do you have a good pipeline for developing all of these weapons? Can you do that within this budget within 5 years? Because that game probably cost millions and millions, tens of millions of dollars to make. I dread to think how much Redfall cost to make. But it's kind of like, do they have a process in place for this? Or do they just have a bunch of people who don't really play games, don't really get that deep into the minutiae of it, and just be like, we like creative stuff. Do what you want. We trust you. Just make a great game. I honestly don't know. I don't know what those processes look like. If it was me, I know what I'd do. I'd be like, you've got... Yeah, I've played 15,000 hours of World of Warcraft. I know it. I know how a loot system should behave. I used to make spreadsheets about pouring over stats, spell penetration, and all that kind of stuff. But Redfall feels like the product of someone who's never ever played a loot-based game. And maybe they do have people with expertise on the team, but maybe they didn't have the budget they needed. Maybe they didn't have. And maybe the person who was supposed to be in charge of making loot, maybe they were pulled across to work on something else because they didn't have enough people because of attrition. There's a systemic failure with the delivery of this game, And Juan just said in chat, based on Jez's perspective, the Forza team should not be doing Fable then. The difference there is, the Forza team has demonstrably been hiring people with the expertise to make an action RPG. They've pulled devs from Rockstar. They've pulled devs from CD Projekt Red. We don't know who Arcane got on the team to deliver that. And if Fable does release, and Fable's an absolute banger, that will show that they at least have now established those processes that I'm talking about. But clearly that process didn't exist for the last however many years Redfall was in development. Those processes were not there for Redfall. Whether it's a product of Bethesda's aggressive pivot to multiplayer, whether it's whether Harvey Smith planned to leave because his retention period's over and he just didn't really care that much about this game, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no insights with regards to that. All I know is that this was not a game on Xbox Game Studios' radar at all until it was too late. That can't keep happening because these games reflect on the brand, like you said. And
yeah. And look,
I think we're getting to a point where there's no way back. If they keep doing this, they're going to bottom out what little goodwill they've got left. And people will start moving to other platforms.
See, I think also, if you had a hypothetical situation where if you reverse the release dates and Starfield came out in May and Redfall came out in September, and Starfield was really good, and then Redfall came out in September and was this, I don't think you nearly see the reaction that you see. Because a lot of it is based around, oh my God, can Xbox actually deliver on a AAA scale, right? Even though Forza Horizon 5 is incredible and Halo Infinite launched to critical acclaim, don't let people whitewash. Whitewash isn't the right word, but kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Rewrite history. Halo Infinite. Yeah, Halo Infinite launched
revisionism.
Halo Infinite launched in 87. That's the same score as a lot of the PlayStation games. People really liked Halo Infinite. Where Halo Infinite fumbled was it had no post-launch content, and eventually people just stopped playing the game. The common consensus was this game is really damn good from campaign to the multiplayer, right? But the wait in between that game to this one was so long, with a lot of other question marks in between. Like I mentioned, the snowball rolling down the mountain, that it just hit, and everybody just is what the hell? Xbox just suck. They're never gonna get this right. But if Starfield was first, I sort of feel the reaction to Redfall being bad would have been completely different, because people would be like, okay, no, they can do this because look at Starfield. So I do feel like Starfield, I do think Starfield is going to be pretty good. I don't know if it's going to be amazing. I don't know if it's IGN, Ryan and the people on Locked are it's got to be 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10. It's got to be a transformative experience and all that stuff. That's putting way too much pressure on Starfield, right? And I don't know if that can live up to that sort of pressure. So another side effect of this whole Redfall situation is now everybody's putting all their eggs in the Starfield basket. And I don't know if that game can shoulder that burden. But at the same time, well, that's on Xbox too.
Yeah, exactly. So Xbox is their own worst enemy. They've created this situation over the years, and we get into a point now where we can't just keep blaming 2013. It's 10 years ago. I can't believe it was 10 years ago because we're still talking about it even now.
Well, Phil brought it up. They lost the generation you couldn't lose, the Xbox One, when people were building their digital library. And that's true.
Does that mean they give up now?
No.
It's kind of like okay, you lost the generation that was worse to lose, but that if you want to grow your service, you still need to make great games. All of this rests on great games. Every aspect of it. You can't grow Xbox Game Pass it's not just get Xbox Game Pass. It's the entire concept of a subscription-based game service lives or dies on the quality of Game Pass. Because now you've got people asking, is it a viable business model? Can we only expect shitty games as a result of Xbox Game Pass? That is the question that Microsoft's creating now with its quality control issues, and all of this ultimately rests on that. You know, can Microsoft really pull it out? And you're going to get the same narratives with Redfall, like with Starfield. And I'm already mentally preparing myself for disappointment with Starfield. I don't know a damn thing about Starfield, and honestly, people I've spoken to who are, you know, fairly high up at Bethesda, even they don't know. That studio is so secretive. It's like Todd's Magic Laboratory, right? Um, like obviously Phil's played it, and people high up in the company have played it, but and I presume they've got consultants doing mock reviews and stuff. But I hope it's not the same consultants that did mock reviews of Redfall, because that them saying like we didn't expect it to review this low. I'm just like, are you serial? You know, you guys should like literally hire me. I will literally do it for you. I will literally sit there with a checkboard, and I will literally tell you which games are going to review badly, because it's to me it's obvious. You know, you can tell. It's just obvious.
Well, here's the
I
thing.
don't know why it's
Here's the
obvious to
thing.
me. Why is it not obvious to everyone else? I don't know.
I think Redfall is just a speed bump in the road. I don't think this is indicative of any future things for Xbox or future games that, oh, I'm worried that they're going to be this.
That is
right?
Incredibly optimistic.
It is incredibly optimistic, and I'll be incredibly optimistic. I'll be optimistic. I think this is a road bump.
Mr. Optimism, though.
Well, I mean, look, I think this is a road. I think this is a road bump. It shouldn't have happened. I don't want to see Phil apologizing for another game in the future, right? I do think there's some extenuated circumstances that allowed Redfall to release in the state it did, but there's. I guess you can just say like, yeah, like, well, you know what you're talking about, but I honestly do think Redfall is just kind of one of those, all right, like, it happened, it released, it's bad, it's cheap, shouldn't have come out, and then, like, I think Starfield's going to be great. I think Hellblade 2 is going to be amazing. I think Forza Motorsport's going to be what people want. I think Avowed is going to be another Obsidian great game, and so on and so forth. Are there going to be games that maybe, you know, come out that are bad again? Possibly. I mean, Phil even sort of mentioned, like, some games will be 80s and some games will be 60s, but I don't really think like this is one of those things where it's like, well, now I could expect every single future game from Bethesda and Xbox to be this, right? So, and like, if you don't agree with what I'm saying, that's fine. This is just one man's opinion. I'm not trying to speak for a community or of anybody. Like, I'm not trying to keep it real or keep it 100 or some stupid shit that a lot of people have to do because they don't want to be called the shill or a fanboy, like all that sort of stuff. Like that. This is all just my opinion of how I feel about this stuff. So you can say what you will. You can agree with me. You can disagree with me. It's perfectly fine. I'm not going to argue against you. Because I don't, you know, everybody's entitled to their opinion about how they feel. You know, I just, you know, I guess it's just, I expected better from Arcane. I expected better from Xbox. And I didn't expect to be in a situation where Phil apologizes for mediocre games once again when we've been through this before. I mean, that's kind of the bottom line about Redfall and all this stuff and whatever, you know.
I mean, honestly, you know, you're more optimistic than me. I honestly think they will get it right eventually. But I'm just sort of like, I think I'm worried that they've only just gotten it recently. I'm worried that they only just realize now that their processes need repairing. I think like Arcane Austin is a bit of an outlier. I think like because they're based in Texas and, you know, and some of this other stuff. And also, like, Roundhouse Studios was working on this game, so maybe there was issues back and forth there. I don't know. And also, it was developed during the pandemic, you know, so it's a product of that environment. But I just wonder, like, is Redfall just going to be part of a wave of games that were developed during the pandemic that ship in a low ambition state? You know, I honestly don't know. And right now, I really need to be shown something. I'm not that optimistic right now for other stuff, to be honest. So,
but you did tweet that you like your Xbox, though.
I like my Xbox, but it's because of multi-platform games. It's like you said earlier. You know, I'm loving playing. I'm playing Age of Wonders right now. I love that game. I gave it 7 out of 10 because of the performance issues. Like that, even in performance mode, that game can create the frame rate. But I'm loving playing it still. Not
Yeah.
game breaking, but you know, I'm loving Age of Wonders. Playing that a lot. I'm playing Overwatch still. I'm enjoying the Overwatch battle passes lately. I think they're very good. They're good content, and I'm playing like just downloaded the new RimWorld DLC. I love RimWorld. I'm playing Loop Hero on my Steam Deck with Xbox Game Pass cloud saves. I'm playing Proteus on my Steam Deck. I'm also trying to get through Persona 5 to prove Rand wrong. I'm playing that
I
out
know
as
you
well.
are.
But those are all third-party games. They're all third-party games.
Yeah, the Hooded
All of them.
Canuck says, "I don't care what other people are saying. If I'm enjoying the game, that's all that matters to me. I don't care about the Metacritic score." Like I mentioned, if you're loving Redfall, really enjoying it, enjoy it. Don't let anybody talk you out of it. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody likes different things. It would be a very boring world if everybody liked the same exact thing. Right? So if you're enjoying Redfall, you love it, awesome. I'm so happy for you.
Some people even like that really lame book series, Wheel of Time.
Yeah, I know, like Wheel of Time. The people that love it, the people that hate it. You know, I'm not going to argue people liking or disliking something. That's their own. That's how they individually feel. But man, we got a lot here to catch up on. So, Dildo Baggins says, "How come Matt Booty not getting the same heat?" Jez would say because he had nothing to do with Redfall.
It was not Matt Booty's job. Matt Booty was not in charge of Redfall.
Yeah,
you know. So like you can blame. Bethesda has its own processes for some of this stuff, and even though they reflect on the Xbox brand, I think Microsoft's starting to realize now we've got to do something about this. It's not officially in Matt Booty's job description to oversee Bethesda stuff. They are separate. That's what my article was about. That wasn't damage control. That was hard reality. It's not in his job description. So like, if Matt Booty just showed up at Bethesda HQ and was just like, "I'm here to inspect all of your shit," they'd be like, "That's not your job. Go away." You know, it's not contractually his job. His job is to oversee Xbox.
Well, he's also got. I mean, the thing is like, he has to look after all of the studios he's in charge of, 15 of them. And Xbox buys Bethesda. They expect Bethesda to run themselves. It's one of the reasons why they bought the whole publisher. And there's limited integration, so there's limited layoffs and all this sort of stuff. They expect Bethesda to run it like they've always run it. And like maybe the only sort of objective is like, hey, make what you want. And then 2, no PlayStation 5 games, right? No games for PlayStation. And that's really it. And it's like, we just need you to run yourself. Do your own PR. Do your own marketing. Right? Do your own
all that
stuff.
All that stuff themselves.
Because
they've got their own finance team.
Yeah.
They've got their own board. You know, they've got their own executive layer. They've got all their own stuff. And I was looking at ZeniMax's LinkedIn. All the execs are still there. They're a separate entity for better or worse. Like I wrote in my review, for better or worse, they're a separate entity.
Yeah, maybe
right
Xbox
now.
needs to be more involved, and they probably should be had been more involved with Arcane. I mean, Phil even mentioned that. It seems like they're more involved with Starfield, which is hopefully a good sign. And Snowbike Mike asked him about 30 frames or 60 frames to Phil, and he said, "Will it be clear?" And Phil said yes. Now, some people are taking that as confirmation the game's going to be 60 or confirmation that the game's 30 because there's ongoing discussion about whether or not Starfield's going to be 60 frames on Xbox Series X. My expectations is as 30. And if it's more than that,
it's 30.
Awesome.
Game's 30.
It's going to be 30 frames. And some people will be incredibly disappointed by that. What are you going to do? I mean, so we'll just have to wait for that official announcement, probably at the showcase, because they're going to learn. Because like they promoted Redfall at 60, and then it was like, oh nope, sorry, 30. So much so they had to like.
Do you want to?
What?
Do you want to hear a feelings-based Jed's prediction?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hard 30. It's going to be a hard 30. That's not based on anything.
Okay.
Starfield, 30 frames.
So like hard 30, like so a lock 30, or just is that what that means?
30.
Okay,
Just 30.
fair enough.
Target 30. No, there's no 60 frames. That's my prediction.
Casual Noob Gamer says, if you make great games from new or old IPs, then you will expand the Xbox ecosystem. When games made 2021, Xbox grew. How do you not know? I mean, if you're talking about like Phil, I imagine he sees all the data and stuff. So I don't know, but we'll talk about that whole quote here in just a little bit. Expose with a whole bunch of super chats and little stickers and stuff. Appreciate it. He says King Phil. Craig Jackson. Phil said he was surprised by the Redfall Metascore because internal reviews had the number double digits higher. You believe him? I mean, yeah. I mean, he was pretty open about everything on the podcast. So I don't.
What would he lie?
Yeah, I don't.
I think like the issue there is, again, and I've written about this too, is the reliance on telemetry. I mean, at the end of the day, Phil can't do everything. The dude's not superhuman. He has to rely on other people. He has to rely on Bethesda's publishing team. He has to rely on Matt Booty to make sure some of this stuff is controlled. So, like, in lieu of actually going physically to Texas, which he's not going to be doing right now because he's busy with ABK and UK regulators, in lieu of physically going to Texas or, getting a dev build on his dev kit or whatever, and actually physically playing Redfall, he has to rely on like the spreadsheet take, which is, this game is, our internal teams for testing shit said this game is a 78 on Metacritic or whatever, and he has to rely on that number and trust that it's accurate, So all those processes, which is what he talked about, all those processes need to be revised and looked at and changed. And I think, like, for a long time, they were using the pandemic as an excuse, but we're getting to a point now where it's increasingly looking like there's something systemically wrong with the way they review this shit. And I'm just wondering, is it too late to fix the next wave of games? Are we going to have to wait another 5 years, kind of thing?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Yeah, that's the worst thing about all this is, it's not like the 360 gen where you can turn around and make a game in 2 to 3 years. Now everything's like 5 to 6, right? So, like, Arcane Austin, they're going to fix this. They're going to have content. And then it's like, all right, on to our new game. And then it's like, see you in 2030? See you in 2029, I guess? I don't know. Juan says, I've been loving Minecraft Legends. I'm new to strategy games, so that's probably why, but I really recommend it.
That's cool. Yeah. That's what it's for, I think.
Yeah, that is. Lou said what? Says, love you guys. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. Carl Andrews Jr. says, should Matt come forward after the Phil interview? No, I don't think. I mean, Phil's like, the buck stops here, so there's no reason to hear from Matt when you've heard from Phil, in my opinion.
People really need... Matt is not part of this equation. Yeah. Matt was not... It was not Matt's responsibility. He was not given that responsibility. He's focusing on what he was supposed to be doing. So people really need to stop talking about Matt Booty when it comes to Redfall. He was not involved. Not his job. Not his job. You can blame Matt Booty for Fable and Hellblade, maybe.
Locante says, Jez, I gotta ask, man, how we feeling about a Gears collection this year? Love your guys' content.
Gears collection
this year? Doubtful. Maybe next year, but maybe they reveal it this year. I don't know. And we'll just you'll just have to publicly apologize to Nick then.
No.
Yeah.
Why do I need to do that?
You're gonna have to go on Xbox Era and publicly apologize.
No, because you see, Rand, when Nick said it was coming, it wasn't coming.
Oh, okay.
But maybe it is now. I don't know. It always kind of made sense, right? But
Nintendo Down the Otaku says, name a 1-to-1 copy of any big game that got more success than the original, Jazz. That was from conversation before. Tharsman says, Bethesda should have spent the time they spent marketing Redfall marketing Hi-Fi Rush instead and just stealth drop Redfall. I dare bet the current perception of Xbox Bethesda would be much different. Expose says, I'm a ghost, Phil's king. Liz Sandersook says, are we worried that Phil might be ready to step down? I hope not, as it sounds like he's at the edge of realizing the dream of a game a quarter. I don't think so. I don't think Phil's... I mean, I do expect Phil to retire at some point. Probably this generation, maybe towards the end. I don't think he's going to be stepping down anytime. I don't think he's going to be stepping down soon. I could be wrong. Dead Planet, a mid-May showcase teaser trailer would be cool. Nintendo Down the Otaku. Also, I agree with everything you said to Benji. I disagree that their games outside of Pokemon get more praise than they deserve because of nostalgia. Gamer by choice. Do you think Xbox does not account for the Xbox tax with the reviews? Maybe the reviewer said it was 75 out of 100, but the Xbox tax took an additional 10 points. I don't know. People talk about that, but if you look at all the reviews for Xbox games this gen, they're all pretty high. Like Pentament's an 86, and Hi-Fi Rush is like an 87, 88. Halo was an 87. Forza Horizon 5 is like a 91. Psychonauts 2 is an 88. Flight Sim's like in the 90s. As Dust Falls is in the 70s. Like, the average is pretty much on par with PlayStation's. So I don't necessarily think reviewers think, oh, it's an Xbox game, therefore immediately 10 points off. If that was the case, I think you would see the Metacritic average be 10 points less than PlayStation's,
yeah.
but they're the same. So yeah, I know some people believe that, but I don't think, at least right now, I don't think that. Maybe that's true going forward, or people like, oh my god, the Redfall is just it's gonna make me rethink of everything Xbox going forward. I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Looney Boy says, if Microsoft didn't acquire ZeniMax, do you think ZeniMax would have foreclosed Arcane after this massive flop? Phil saved Todd Howard and his studios. I mean, possibly. I mean, you miss nowadays, and a game's not successful. It could be curtains, and it could be one of those things where Arcane's games have never really been commercially successful either. So, if ZeniMax was... Go ahead.
I've heard that they're committed to Arcane.
Well, sure, they are now, but his thing was if ZeniMax was independent.
Oh, right, yeah. I don't think so, because I think you gotta remember Arcane split into two, right? There's Arcane Austin and Arcane Lyon. And there's this kind of unfair perception that Arcane Lyon is like the A studio. They're the studio for Dishonored and stuff like that. And then Arcane Austin made Prey, which those performance issues maybe affected it some degree at launch, but Prey inexplicably didn't review that well, and I think it's because a lot of people didn't get it. They were expecting Bioshock or something, and what they got was basically a really viscerally clever, almost puzzle shooter. I don't know, but Prey's, I think, one of the best games ever made. I'm on the record as saying that it's one of my top 5 games of all time. I think it's perfect, amazing, lovely game. So, I think I don't think Bethesda would have shut them down, because I think they've got other stuff down the pipeline. And I've got like my conspiracy theory is this ended up just being a case of, we've got other stuff coming. Let's just ship this as is. Maybe round.
Breaking news, bro.
Oh no.
Starfield has been rated M for mature by the ESRB in the US.
Oh,
rated M for mature for violence, blood, suggestive themes, strong language, and use of drugs.
Yeah, boy. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you got M for mature, bruh.
That's another thing that I didn't like about Redfall. It was like, what age group is this appealing to? Is this like for Gen Z? Is it for teens? Like, you got a game about vampires and blood, but there's no gore system. But then again, they're all like gory animals towards the end of the game. It's such a strange game. I don't know. But yeah, that's good to know that they're going for a mature rating. That's uncompromised Bethesda right there.
Looney Boy says, I'd rather studios attempt something new and fail than a corporation like ABK force all the studios to turn out the same game every year like COD. I mean, that is a valid perspective. And there's even parts of me that agree with you, I sort of feel, though, like Redfall was just tracing a trend, and there's a part of me that feels like Redfall, like Arcane's heart wasn't in this game, really.
Yeah, that's the kind of perception
I don't know.
I had.
I get this feeling that like this isn't really the game they wanted to make, and it was just like something they had to make. I don't know.
That's what I hope. That's what I'm praying for. But I think like one way, because Harvey Smith, he had a quote where he sort of like, it sounded like he was saying there was, a lot of change going on over the years. And it was kind of the implication that after the acquisition, Microsoft wanted to change things, or Bethesda wanted to change things and stuff. And I think that's like where you saw like some of the service game ambitions for Redfall kind of fall away. And they were like, we should make this more of a campaign-oriented experience, maybe. Which is where you saw the microtransactions stripped out and that kind of stuff. But I want to believe that part of that, the lots of change was like Bethesda going from like, we need to pivot to multiplayer, and then Microsoft being like, actually no, we don't need more multiplayer. Give us single player games again. We need that for game. We give us single player bangers for Game Pass. It's interesting. I'd love to know more, but it's so hard to get devs to talk because of NDAs and stuff like that. You know, I don't want anyone to violate an NDA for me.
Yeah. Aida says, I agree 1,000%, Rand. I think it's stupid for people to assume that Redfall would be the norm. My name is Mud says, my question is, what version of Redfall did the influencers play? Because those reactions told a different story. Oh, yeah, the
This is
preview event.
interesting.
Okay, Jez. What's interesting about it? Tell
Well,
us.
this is I wasn't in the preview event.
And neither was I.
We went in. I'm so glad I wasn't there though, because now I don't have to like defend why I said the game was amazing before and now review really bad. But the IGN in on Podcast Unlocked kind of implied that the preview build felt different to what they experienced in the full game, and they were saying, I can't remember exactly what they said, but it was kind of like, and I haven't heard this from just IGN. It was just like the preview build like had assets there and like things like foliage and stuff that didn't seem to be present in the full game, you know. And I'm wondering if like the vertical slice was not truly representative, but you know, you can go and watch those videos for yourself, and you know, at the end of the day, because IGN had the preview build and they showed off exactly how it played. And but yeah, I don't know. It just, yeah. I suppose it's different when you go a preview build and you sort of like you fill in the blanks with your imagination, right? Because they only show you what they want you to see.
Exactly.
And I kind of did that with when I was unexperienced, a youthful game journalist back in 2016, 2017. I went to preview a small little game called Sea of Thieves, and one of the demo videos they showed for Sea of Thieves, they showed a ocean battle from the Kraken's point of view. So like the camera was like in the Kraken, so like you kind of like you saw all the tentacles coming out, and it looked really epic and really cool, and like it kind of like they were hiding the Kraken, because I thought the Kraken was going to be this epic, amazing boss fight with a huge body and like all this crazy, like, you know, eating the players, and maybe you get like when you're playing in first person, he picks you up and pulls you in his mouth. And I was imagining all this stuff based on the fact the camera was inside the squid's body. But I never once imagined that the reason they didn't show the Kraken was because there was no Kraken.
There was no Kraken. Yeah.
And that the Kraken was literally just tentacles poking up out the water. You know, but I was inexperienced. I didn't know. I didn't really have that mentality. So like when I'm going in there inexperienced and I'm thinking about that, I filled in all the blanks in my imagination, and I think that's kind of what these previews like are designed to do. You know, they're designed to sort of like show you a glimpse, and then the previewers sort of create an optimistic marketing beat out of what glimpse they've gotten. It's very hard to do a preview. I hate doing it. I hate doing it because it's like, you haven't shown me the full game, so I can't sit here and judge it because I don't know if it's going to be good or bad. So I'm just going to be kind of like, well, I hope it's good. It seems okay, you know, but I haven't seen the full I haven't seen the full slice of the pudding. It's kind of like you've been shown the ingredients of a cake, and you don't know that the person making it is like Paris, you know.
Right. Paris. Yeah.
That's the whole meme that Paris can't cook, right?
Yeah. Well, I think it's Ka. Ka can't cook. Khalifa Adams.
I thought it was Ka.
Well, maybe they both can't cook, but
I'm sure I've seen them go back and forth saying each other can't cook. So I don't know.
Jericho says, breaking news: Sony just shut down Ben's studio.
No way.
If that just happened, then that just happened literally right now.
No way. No way.
Yeah, I don't see anything about that. You probably have the other studio that we were talking about earlier. That what was the name of the studio? The Concrete Genie studio. I don't see anything about Ben's studio shutting down.
Yeah, someone's got it wrong. Someone with a large account tweeted Ben's studio shut down. They got it wrong. Yeah, Ben's studio's not shut down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that would be pretty. Yeah.
That would be shocking. Because Ben made Days Gone, which I think is incredibly underrated. I really like Days Gone, but I'm a zombie guy. I love zombie games.
Bro,
and I really like those going. And they also made Siphon's Filter, which is also
PlayStation
a
issued
great
a
game.
statement to IGN about the shutdown of the studio. They said PlayStation Studios regularly evaluates its portfolio and the status of the studio projects to ensure they meet organization's short and long-term strategic objectives. As a part of a recent review process, it has been decided that Pixel Opus will close on June 2nd.
Rip.
Yeah. Let's talk about that. Well, we got another one. No, we only have that one. Because the other thing to talk about was a showcase, because they announced the showcase this week. Did they announce it this week to drown out the bad news about Redfall? Coincidence or not? I don't know. But in their announcement about the showcase, we know it's officially coming at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Here's what the Xbox Newswire has to say about it. Join us for some new surprises and first looks from our incredibly talented internal studios and our many creative partners around the world. This is the day gamers have been waiting for to see what is coming to Xbox, PC, and Game Pass. And just like in years past, an Xbox game showcase extended airing will happen on June 13th with all the sort of interviews and stuff. Phil mentioned it because Paris talked about it, about, hey, what about the showcase? You know, he brought up like Perfect Dark and Everwild and Avowed and State of Decay 2 and all those games from 2020 we haven't seen. And Phil said, we're going to announce some things that people haven't seen, some new games. We've got games coming every quarter that I think will surprise and delight our customers. And we've got to put great games in the hands of players. And he mentioned that we'll have some updates on the games that Paris was talking about. So, that leads to new games, like that Wandering Tower game from Stoic probably is going to be announced there. Is Compulsion's game finally going to be revealed? Is In Exile's new game going to be revealed? There's even when you think about like updates like Avowed, like Hellblade, Perfect Dark. A lot of people saying, hey, we're going to see Fable and stuff like that. So I haven't really sat down to start thinking about what is going to be there just yet. But I mean, I would imagine they're probably also feeling the pressure because they probably feel like the showcase is probably more important than theirs in the past, simply based on like the talk that is going on surrounding this, where it's like that's the next beat. It's like, a month from now we got the showcase and people are really down on Xbox right now because of Redfall, so we're gonna have to like bring the heat. But I mean, these things take a while to build, so yeah, I'm very curious to see what they're gonna show, because you can't rely on what they've shown the last 2 years anymore. And they're not going to do this whole 12-month thing again, because Phil admitted that sort of failed in the interview. So you're going to have to, go to the well, right? And give people dates and gameplay and all these sort of things. You're going to have to delight people once again. What do you?
What I want to see them do, I want them to get rid of that 12 months bullshit, and I want them to really go hard on showcasing things that are even further out. I want a full blown roadmap. I want a 2-year roadmap. Don't show me CGI. But well, I don't mind CGI if it's for a AAA game that is genuinely going to be AAA. Don't tease me with a CGI trailer for a game that isn't going to be AAA quality or whatever. But I want to see a full roadmap. I want to see teases and announcements for games that are even further out. I want to see announcements for a game like and that comes with a full reveal next year. I want to see full reveals for games that were announced last year, and stuff like that. I really think they need to go all out. I need to give us a full blown roadmap. So every sort of doom and gloom negative thing that they put out, which seems to be a curse for Xbox, at least we have like some games that everyone can look forward to, because not everyone's going to look forward to Ara History Untold.
No.
Not everyone's going to look forward to the next Forza. I don't even like arcade Forza, and I'm going to try it, sure, but I'm not a Forza guy. I'm not a racing game guy. I never have been, never will be. So they sort of need to make sure that they're hitting hitting something for everyone. So I think they should just go all out. Give us the full blown roadmap. Really change the narrative that Xbox Game Pass is only for mid tier games, and let people imagine a bit. Let change the narrative. Let the dream come back a bit. Build some hype and stuff like that. I don't care if some of those games get cancelled or whatever, even because at the end of the day, they should be picking games that won't get cancelled. They need to not be putting themselves in this situation where it's like, oh, we can't announce it too early in case it gets cancelled. Stop picking games that get cancelled.
Shout out to Player Essence in the chat, one of the best Nintendo YouTubers out there. He says, shouldn't they focus on games we'll be playing soon? They tried that last year, as you would know, and that didn't really go over very well. And it definitely, in the end, they didn't hit their promises. So I doubt they do it again. I get what you're trying to say, like, should be focused on Forza and Hellblade and Avowed and all that stuff. And yeah, it should be like, here are the games coming at the end of the year, and here's the stuff coming in 2024. I just think it should be more of a regular E3 show. You shouldn't limit yourself to a specific time frame, because then you're just setting yourself up for disappointment when inevitably one of those games slip, because game development is a very fluid and tricky thing, right? Like, why put more pressure on your teams and yourself and the brand than you have to? So it's like, don't do that again, But yeah, I just want to like the old ones of the past, Just show me the stuff coming soon, show me the stuff coming next year, give me the roadmap, and if you want to announce something that's coming in they've already announced all these sort of games that are coming in 2025 and 26. Like, what's another game that's coming out in another 2 years from now, right?
I don't know.
Because like State of Decay 3, Fable, Perfect Dark, like I don't think those are coming until 2025. Is Bethesda actually going to be there? I mean, it's called the Xbox Game Showcase. Does that mean Bethesda's not there, or are they just calling everything Xbox?
Well, this could be the first sign of deeper integration. I was saying, like,
maybe
if Bethesda is there, but they're not calling it the Bethesda Showcase, that could be a sign of like, yeah, we're last year we did it this way because people didn't know, and now people know. We going on the full blown integration tour, but I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Because we've also got QuakeCon coming up, which they don't want to get rid of, because QuakeCon has this epic legacy, and they often they've announced games there in the past as well. So
yeah,
we'll see.
My name is Mud wants to know if we've either of us have played Bramble. I have not, and I don't think Jez has either.
No, I don't know what that is.
You should look it up. Let Sanders says MCU style roadmap. Any news on Double Fine, Jez?
No news from me. I have like very little insight into Xbox Game Studios recently, because they've revised a lot of their processes to stop leaks. And it's been pretty successful so far. Not completely successful, I might add. But it's been a lot, it used to be like a lot easier to get information. So now I'm having to work a bit harder for my money, but I kind of like it. I kind of like not knowing. But I also want to know officially, I want him to give us a full blown. Who said that in the chat about MCU? I want a full blown MCU roadmap style. MCU does it. Why can't Xbox?
Well, movies are a different sort of thing than video games, right?
No, they don't. They're exactly the same.
They're exactly the same. Okay.
Exactly the same.
All right. Yeah. So we got the Game Showcase in basically a month. It's going to be very interesting. I'm looking forward to hopefully not seeing Fallout 76 and ESO again for the third straight year. And yeah, I'm looking. I really want to see Hellblade. I really want to see Avowed. I really want to see. I would love a look at Perfect Dark and Fable, although I don't think we'll get both. Maybe one of them. Yeah, and then the Starfield Direct right after that. It'll be very interesting to see, all the new things they're going to show off. So, but obviously at least the thing that everybody wants to talk about is this Xbox versus PlayStation and Nintendo about how Phil said that they're not going to out-console Sony or Nintendo. And this is where a lot of people are, taking their own spin for what he's... No, not really, because there's the quotes here.
Okay. Give us the hard quotes.
Yeah, he says, we're not in the business of out-consoling Sony or out-consoling Nintendo. There isn't really a great solution or win for us. And I know that will upset a ton of people, but the truth of the matter is, when you're third place in the console marketplace and the top two players are as strong as they are and have certain cases of very discrete focus on doing deals and other things that kind of make being Xbox hard for us as a team, I wonder what Phil's talking about there. Definitely talking about the deals that Sony makes, the exclusionary Game Pass deals and things like that. I mean, I don't know if Nintendo makes any of those deals, but I think he's more pointing to PlayStation about they use their market share to their advantage, and it makes it hard for Xbox to get certain things because, they're in last place, so to speak. But Phil says that's on us and not anybody else. He goes on to say, I see it out there. I see commentary that if you just build great games, everything would turn around. This is where, the rubber hits the road for a lot of people. It's just not true that if we go off and build great games, all of a sudden you're going to see console share shift in some dramatic way. We lost the worst generation to lose in the Xbox One generation, where everybody built their digital library of games. This idea that if we just focus more on great games on our console, that somehow we're going to win the console race, I think doesn't relate to the reality of most people. This is the first generation where the big games they're playing were games that were available last gen. When you think about Fortnite and Roblox and Minecraft, the continuity from gen to generation is so strong. I see a lot of pundits out there that kind of want to go back to the time when we all had cartridges and discs, and every new generation was a clean slate, and you could switch the whole console share. That's just not the world we are in today. There is no world where Starfield is 11 out of 10 and people are selling their PS5s. That's not going to happen. But I know some people want to hold us up as being a better green version of what the blue guys do, and I'm just going to say that's not a win for Xbox and staying in the wake of somebody else. We have to go off and do our own thing with Game Pass, with the stuff we do with xCloud, and the way we build our games. So, there's a lot there to really unpack, Jez. You know what's interesting, though? The whole Starfield is 11 out of 10 thing, right? I think that's a direct call out to what Ryan McCaffrey and everybody was saying on the previous night's IGN Unlocked. I think Phil is basically addressing that conversation they were having, because they did talk about review scores and how it has to be transformative and all this sort of stuff, right? But everybody's really focused on this kind of comment about that if you just build great games, it would turn everything around and Xbox would be number one. Some people have taken that to mean that Phil has a loser's mentality, that Xbox has given up, that they're saying that they're not going to be making any good games anymore because it doesn't mean anything and it's not going to change anything. I don't see it that way, and I don't think Phil meant it that way, because for a lot of people, it is about the console war. The litmus test is are you number one, and if you're not, then you've lost. And Phil's whole conversation here is based around the fact of winning the console war, which I think Microsoft sort of abandoned in 2016 when Phil convinced Satya that hey, we have this vision of Xbox everywhere, console, PC, cloud, and all these sort of things. And they transformed their business to compete less against PlayStation to more of a service with Game Pass, just like how Nintendo sort of combined their console and their handheld and made the hybrid, right? They stopped competing directly with PlayStation and Xbox and went off. They did their own thing, and they were incredibly successful, and then it was incredibly bad, and then it was incredibly successful, and nobody complains that Nintendo does what they think they need to do to to be competitive, and Xbox, decided, hey, if we're going to do this, and the Xbox One gen was so bad that we need to do something different, we're not going to do exactly what PlayStation does. So you see their current strategy, and this isn't new. This is Phil's constantly said before, it's not about console sales. He talks about monthly active users and all these sort of things in the past, and this is kind of more just a direct way of saying it out loud by telling everybody, hey, we're not going to win. But where people kind of like are scratching their heads is the idea of like great games isn't going to help. And all I ever wanted was just great games from Xbox. That's all I've really demanded. And it's sort of this weird dichotomy when you start off the interview talking about Redfall and how it's not a great game and how you're apologizing for it and how things need to change, and I disappointed people and I don't want to disappoint the Xbox community, and we need to reevaluate our strategy and how we get involved in things earlier or later and stuff like that, to then sort of end it by saying like, hey, great games ain't going to change anything. I know what Phil's talking about, and I've said Xbox isn't ever going to outsell the PlayStation console, even though they can do and be successful with their own strategy. A lot of people kind of see what Phil was talking about with the Redfall and the great games, and they're like, they just think he means Xbox is giving up, and they're not going to create those experiences, which is just bullshit. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Hellblade 2 will be crap, and maybe Starfield will be garbage, and we'll see a string of Xbox Game Studio games and Bethesda games just be mediocre. And then Jez can be like, see, I told you. And I'd be like, yeah, I guess you're right. And I shouldn't have been an optimist and thought like it was going to be good. But yeah, a lot of people are sticking on this. And like, I don't know. I think it's more of an extension of what Phil's been saying for years, more of an extension of how they don't report console sales figures. Yeah, they're not selling as much, so it doesn't look as good. But Xbox's business is completely different than PlayStation's, and they're doing something different, and they're not going to outsell PlayStation. And his point about like, hey, losing the gen where people built the digital libraries, people aren't going to sell their PlayStations if Xbox has better games, because why would they? Now, I will say like, people will buy Xboxes or play Xbox games on PC or subscribe to Game Pass if you actually make great games. You need Game Pass to grow, and quite frankly, it's not going to grow if you're not going to release great games on the service. You want to grow PC, but PC players aren't going to subscribe to that unless the PC app is amazing, which it's not, and two, the games on the service are great. So you still need great games, right? Yeah. So it's like, go ahead, Jez. I know you have something to say, but great games are paramount to all of this. I don't expect them to ever outsell PlayStation, but the great games that you release will lead to more people buying your console, will lead to more people subscribing to Game Pass, will lead to more people playing on PC and playing on mobile. Yeah, I mean that's my thought on it.
I think like if there's one criticism I'd leverage at Phil is that I don't think he needed to address that.
Sure.
Because it's created a sort of, for people who can't see past the console war, it's given them a rallying cry, to talk about, and also for journalists who just don't get it, that they're not trying to out console Sony. They're trying to out service Tencent at the end of the day, and that's where their investor statement reporting lies, and that's where like all of this stuff hinges, is like on how well they can or can't deliver a great service. Now, but that's the real thing here. So people saying like they're not going to make great games are just, I don't get where that argument comes from, because it's as if people are thinking that like they're happy being mediocre, they're happy being in third place, and Phil's saying that they can't win the console war means they're just going to be in third place forever. And as long as they're in third place, they're okay with that. That's literally not what he was saying. He was saying like, because he even went on to elaborate talk about quality and revising processes, because as we keep saying, like, even in a world where Xbox doesn't exist, let's pretend for a second that Microsoft says, okay, we're not making consoles anymore, we're going all in on Game Pass and PC and cloud. They still need great games to make that work. And not only they need great games more than ever, because the cloud gaming is an unproven market, and you're not gonna get people to even consider cloud unless you have great games that function in cloud and can be fun in cloud, that can play with their friends in cloud, for God's sake. And they're not delivering that either. Halo Infinite could have been that experience, and it wasn't, over time, and they absolutely realized this. And that's why they've invested in their studios, and that's why they're trying to buy ABK. They're trying to be culturally relevant. They're trying to get these service games so they can, have a model that plays to their strengths, which is ultimately Tencent's strengths, which is cloud services and selling software. They're a software company first. They've got the hardware stuff down. It's adequate. Nobody complains about the Series X not being super powerful anymore. Even though, yes, there's still like this. If you get your microscope out, you can find differences between PlayStation and Xbox games sometimes. And I think some of that's a result of it being ported from PlayStation first, or games that maybe used the overhead from the faster SSD and then had to downgrade for the Xbox SSD and things of that nature. But they've pretty much got the hardware stuff nailed down. The only thing that's given them issues now is the delivery of quality console games. And they can't make Game Pass work without this stuff. So I don't know why people are extrapolating what he said, like, we can't win in consoles, to mean like, oh, we're not going to bother in games anymore.
Yeah, no, it's like, well, why did you buy all those studios? Yeah, it's the exact opposite of what they're doing.
What he said.
Yeah, 100%.
He's saying like we're not investing in games to sell consoles. We're investing in games to sell our service, which is why we don't really talk about console sales anymore. And I think it's more to the point of like, we're not trying to beat Sony. We're not trying to take Sony's audience by making games that will appeal to Sony gamers, because they're never going to join our platform. They've got their digital libraries. They've got all that stuff sorted, and then they're never going to switch now. And like, I literally just saw a tweet to that effect from our good friend Cameron Onder at Screen Rant, I believe he works for these days. He said, Breath of the Wild 2 coming out soon. Gonna dust off my Switch and play it for the first time in 8 years. So it's like, yeah, Nintendo sells a lot of systems, but are they selling a lot of software where the margins are? The margins are on software, because you have to buy materials and build up assembly lines to, sell hardware. But like, if you're selling someone else's game, you're taking a cut of their effort for nothing, really. All you have to do is maintain a network, and Nintendo probably spends as little money as possible maintaining their network. But that's the name of the game when you're a platform holder. That's not to say Nintendo's obviously very successful with it. But if you look at the balance, if you look at the list of who are the biggest players in the industry, like, Nintendo ain't at the top. At the end of the day, it's the company that sells the most software and services and microtransactions that ends up at the top. And right now, that ain't PlayStation.
Yeah.
And Microsoft thinks they can compete there, But again, you don't get an ecosystem without the game.
You don't need the three console manufacturers doing the exact same thing. Like, Nintendo does their own thing.
They all don't. They all do.
PlayStation will do their own thing, and Xbox will do their own thing. And I'm perfectly okay with that. I'm perfectly okay with Xbox not being a green version of the blue. I have the blue. I have a PlayStation, right? I just need Xbox to be Xbox and make great experiences, great games. That's all I want, And I see Gaz is in here saying Redfall is ass. It's just not good, Gaz. It's a cheap game. It's a cheap looking, cheap playing, cheap experience. It's a $40 game masquerading as a $70 game that shouldn't have released in the state it released in. It's a B tier shooter from the 360 gen, essentially. You know, it's not the worst game. It's not a good game. It's just kind of just rides that line. But yeah, I expect this Phil Spencer's quote to continue to make the rounds for a long time. You know, and Phil does give interviews, right? Bowser and Jim Ryan hardly talk, so you can't really dissect their words. And hey, when Jim Ryan talks, we do, you know, we do kind of make fun of Jim, and they sort of put a muzzle on him a little bit. But Phil is always out there talking, and maybe he shouldn't talk as much. Maybe he overshares. You know, you can make the argument that this whole section here that we just talked about, maybe Phil shouldn't have said a word. I bet you Xbox PR probably was facepalming when he was saying that stuff because they knew it would just take on its own life and then go onto the ether, and then here's a new talking point. Head of Xbox says they can't compete with PlayStation. Because you know somebody would create that headline, right? And then it just looks bad. But that's kind of how Phil is, right? So yeah, that interview was very eye-opening. And I just really hope we're not in a situation where Phil needs to sit down with a different podcast after Starfield releases and is like, sorry guys, we should have gotten involved closer to Starfield so it could have been better, or we're not doing the same song and dance again later down on the road. You know, Jez is more pessimistic about everything. I'm more optimistic. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see how everything all plays out. We got the game showcase coming up. Hopefully it's great. And we got, you know, hopefully Starfield and Forza and Hellblade released this year. I think it'll be a pretty solid year. I think Redfall is a complete speed bump. I think it's a game Arcane didn't want to make. I think there was kind of a game that they were sort of forced to make because of market conditions. And it really seems like their heart really wasn't into it. But yeah, enough about all this. We've rambled about it forever. So if you guys are enjoying the show, make sure you hit the like button. Please subscribe. If you're new, we need to take some Patreon questions. And I'm sure these are going to be quite lovely as well, right? Let me open up Patreon here. You guys can subscribe to Patreon at patreon.com/XB2. Got Xbox 2 Ultimate coming up, and we have another Xbox 2 plus 1 coming up in the future. And one of the perks is the question thread, which, oh my God, there's 23 of them, Jez. Oh my Lord. And you didn't even post this until
the last minute.
You should have not have posted. Oh, here we go. All right.
So we're going to be doing another.
We'll see. We'll see how long some of these questions are. Jamie Mulholland, do you think there's any saving Redfall, or is it a game that just a lost cause to try and save? It would be great if it could bounce back like Sea of Thieves did, but I'm honestly not sure if it can. The thing with Sea of Thieves is it's incredibly unique. There's no other game like it. There's tons of games like Redfall, right? Redfall's kind of a dime a dozen. They can make it perform better, and they can get rid of some of the bugs. I don't know if they could ever really improve the AI. I don't know if they can really improve how the game looks or how cheaply it feels to play.
I think, like, I actually can see a vision for Redfall getting better, because there are glimpses of the way Redfall could potentially work as a service. Like, some of the boss fights, like, are pretty cool, you know, but there's not very many of them. Some of the weapons are pretty cool, but there's not very many of them. Some of the secrets you can uncover are very cool, but there's just not very many of them. I think if it just had more of everything, I think over time it would become a compelling kind of game. I don't know if it has like the kind of gameplay loop that will give it, you know, like an end game sort of, you know, like a Destiny kind of quality, which I think is clearly what they were going for originally. Originally, like you know, they've even got like the World of Warcraft style, you know, epic blue and rare quality blue and epic purple and legendary orange or whatever. That's straight out of World of Warcraft. And they sort of like every service game kind of copies that now, because everyone knows purple means epic. That's just the way it is now. but there's just no loot. There's like I don't know 20 guns that, and most of them are very similar as well. And there's like I found a couple in 30 hours of playing. I found a couple of named items, named guns that were had a unique effect or they were more powerful. But by the time I got them, the game was over. It's like okay, so I've got this cool end game weapon, but there's no end game, and I sure as hell ain't playing through that again. So, because as soon as you finish the game, it dumps you into new game +1 without warning, I should add, by the way. So, like, if you do want to fully complete Redfall, I'll just say, make sure that you do it before you go to the last boss. Otherwise, you'll have to start all over from scratch, and the game there's no save slots, so you're screwed. So, but I think there is a way that this could become a decent kind of, maybe even Starfield-ish, soft Destiny-ish kind of game for Game Pass. I don't think it's ever going to be spectacular. Like I don't, like you said, I don't think they can do things like they can't revamp the AI. They're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to add some of those, just dumb stuff. Like you can't stealth kill people. Like to stealth kill, you elbow them in the knee. And it's like, okay, I've just elbowed this guy who's in full body armor in the knee, and he's instantly dead. That's so anti-Arcane. That's the anti-Arcane. Arcane doesn't make games like that. I don't think that can fix some of that stuff. But like in terms of content, I think that could like make it a little bit more interesting and, over time deliver something that works on Game Pass. But I don't know. Ultimately, we'll have to wait and see.
Mm-hmm. What else we got here? Halo is the franchise player says, "What are your guys' death row meal? Be specific." Well, I'm just gonna go with Palermo's Pizza, man. Give me a Palermo's pizza for my death row. That's just it's a pizza brand over here. That'd be my death row meal. What about yours? What would be a meal you want for your last time?
Oh man, people are gonna troll me for this. My favorite meal is spaghetti and tuna.
Okay. Spaghetti and tuna. That's your
just it. Spaghetti and tuna with some black pepper and maybe a bit of olive oil. That is my favorite meal of all time. So that's probably what I have.
Okay.
People would probably have like gourmet shit, and I'm just like, nah, give me that spaghetti and tuna, baby. Have you ever had that, Rand?
I've never had that.
With mayonnaise. With mayonnaise.
No,
the tuna has mayonnaise with it. I forgot to mention that.
Oh, disgusting! You died just from that. You wouldn't have to wait very long. Let's see. Here we go. We have Sith Lord. Today is Revenge of the 5th. Yesterday being May the 4th. Do you guys see yourself as a Jedi or a Sith, and what colored lightsaber?
I'm totally Sith, man.
Jez is totally Sith. I'm probably Jedi. Although Siths are pretty cool.
Peace is a lie. There is only passion.
I don't know. Purple lightsaber I've always liked. Orange lightsaber is cool. Green lightsaber.
I really love the dark saber, the ultraviolet lightsaber.
Oh, the dark one? Okay.
Yeah, I love that shit. That is so cool. I would have a dark saber.
Being the bad guy is sometimes cool, so I'd be a Sith. Battered Hat.
People are really upset about my spaghetti tuna.
I'm sure they are. I'm upset about it.
Is that not a regular dish?
No, it's not a regular dish. I've never heard of such a thing.
Are there any Brits here that have tuna and mayonnaise and spaghetti? Man, I really, if anyone who's listening to the show is willing to try it, seriously, just try it. Spaghetti mixed with some tuna, mixed with some mayonnaise. Just try it and post your pictures on Twitter and let me know. And maybe I'll pick the best one, and give away some Game Pass or something.
We have Battered Hackcock saying, any game studios dev insight on how they feel about Xbox management? Phil seems like a great guy to work for, takes the hits for his team and trusts them. However, sometimes a sterner hand can be needed for some individuals. Do they internally see a need for that? I have no insight on that.
I'm honestly not sure. I'm not sure, I'm honestly not sure about the way Phil's perceived internally. I can say that I've never heard anything bad, at least from people who still work there.
All I've heard is really good things, praise, how he's like, the best and stuff. So, but then again, I don't know. I think people like him. Maybe I think people like working for him. There's the thing where I don't think they mandate crunch, and I know that's
yeah.
So Yeah, I honestly don't know. Maybe we'll get a Jason Schreier article someday about Phil's leadership and how he's viewed within Microsoft and Xbox. But I think it's mostly positive.
You know what? I've just had a sort of epiphany. Maybe.
Okay. Are we coming
What
on
if
for
like
a 20-minute Jez ramble here?
I'm just kind of thinking like, we get a bunch of mid games sometimes as Xbox fans.
Okay.
Maybe the reason is, right, in a Game Pass world, it's okay to release a mid game instead of canceling it.
No, it's not. I'm not down with the whole thing of it's okay.
No.
No. I know what you're saying. But I know what you're saying.
If it was the old gen, maybe the plays we cancel Redfall at the 11th hour. We'll cancel Redfall in year 4, and then we'll move on to something else. But in a Game Pass world, isn't it just like, well, we'll finish this game off and then move on to something else? I'm not saying like all the games should be mid. I'm saying like if you've got a game that's almost finished that you know is going to be mid, why not just release it anyway and then move on to something else after? Is that the reason why we might be getting some of this stuff? Does it make sense? Like for example, not all the Netflix shows are great.
Sure.
But like if they've finished it and it doesn't turn out great, is it not just still content for the service? I don't know.
Yeah, but there's also a lot of narratives around Netflix that they don't make good shows, and I don't know if that really affects subscriber numbers at all. I mean, they don't really talk about that stuff. I'm just saying personally,
they release a lot of bangers too, and
they do. Bangers. They release good stuff. They release stuff that is of high quality that nobody watches, and they release stuff of bad quality that a lot of people watch. It's all the stuff in between, but they're also releasing like new stuff every single week, so not everything's going to be great. Xbox is going to release at least trying to aim for 4 a year, which is quite a bit. I'm just saying, I just like to push back about the thing about like, it's okay to release a game like Redfall on the state it's in because it's free in Game Pass. I hate that line of thinking. I don't despise that line of thinking.
Games. I don't mean bugged games.
No, I know, but I'm just saying,
we're going to end up being mediocre.
I'm just saying, I think if you release better games, more people will play them on your service, and more people will want to sign up to your service. And rather than like you release something bad just simply because like, well, at least I'm going to pay $70 for it.
But then you've wasted 4 years.
I know.
I'm talking about like year 4. You waste 4 years. You get no benefit out of it whatsoever. Is it not better to just ship and forget?
So let me ask you this: is it better for Xbox if that Redfall existed and is out now with all the stuff surrounding it that Phil had to go apologize and all the things that happened for that, or if they took over Bethesda, saw what it was, and just canceled it before they announced it? What I mean? Like, what would have been better? I guess the question is it better that Redfall exists or that it doesn't exist?
My example is specifically after you've invested so much money.
Sure. It's like, is Redfall helping the brand or is it damaging the brand? Yeah. Like, I'm asking you. Just give me a simple. Do you think, with everything surrounding it right now, do you think Redfall has helped the Xbox brand, or do you think Redfall has damaged the Xbox brand?
Well, it's definitely damaged the brand.
Well, then
I'm thinking like, did they think this?
Sure.
When they were going to ship it, were they like, yeah, this game's not great, but it's going to be Game Pass content for that month? Is that what? I'm not saying they should do that. I'm saying, is that what they're thinking?
Yeah. I just hate that whole mindset of it's okay to release broken games or mid games because we need Game Pass content. I hate that. I will always say that's bullshit.
Maybe they're revising their process on that too.
Jay Foley says, with Redfall, Starfield, and Forza coming out this year, what do you guys think about Xbox's next big title needs to be? Also, do you think we see Elder Scrolls 6 or Gears 6 at the showcase? I doubt we see Elder Scrolls 6. We might see something from Gears. I think it's too early for Gears 6, to be honest with you. I think Xbox's next big title is Hellblade 2 and then Avowed, personally. But Jez would say Xbox needs to come out and do something with Fallout. I think that's a missed opportunity, right?
Desperately. Well, Fallout is like their Halo, like from Bethesda, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think like Elder Scrolls is big, you know, and I think it's sold more than Fallout. But I think Fallout is so iconic. Like the you know, the Vault Boy and all the iconography is so recognizable. I think like Fallout has this multimedia potential that even Elder Scrolls doesn't have. But it's crazy that there isn't a new Fallout. Like, it's absolutely mind blowing to me that, you know, we're still on Fallout 76 and Fallout 5 isn't even announced. It's wild to me, but whatever.
Let's see. We have another. We got a lot of these. We have Ryan Kipple, regarding Patreon questions at the end of the regular shows, do you prefer them to be mostly on topic, or do you enjoy totally random questions? Love you guys. Enjoy the weekend, everyone. I mean, hey, it's your question. You can ask what you want, but personally, I really like the totally random questions. I really do. They're fun.
Yeah, the more random, the better.
Yeah.
Actually,
The more random, the better.
because
I
now
really enjoy this.
we've got everyone debating the virtues of tuna mixed with
Oh,
spaghetti.
jeez, look what you did. Silas, the Patreon. Greetings, gents. If you were asked what you would like to see as part of the next generation of Xbox hardware, what would you like to see? Other than the obvious SSD issue, do you foresee a future where Microsoft would outsource the hardware to different companies, much like Steam did with their Steam machine? Going back further, 3DO. The thought popped in my head after seeing how Phil was talking about the ROG Ally. I'm not a tech guy, so I don't really know. Hey Jez, I gotta answer this phone, so take this question.
What question?
What the Patreon thing? I gotta answer this phone call.
I didn't hear it.
Well,
man, I hate when Rand does this.
what I do? Oh, is it
You
muted?
muted the muted show or something.
Oh, sorry. At a.
Can people hear?
They can hear now. They can hear now.
They're saying no. They're spamming no sound. Did
Yeah,
you fix it?
it's because everything was muted because I had to answer. I had to answer the.
So when you were answering the phone, you muted the entire podcast.
Well, I muted my end and I accidentally muted yours too. So.
Brilliant.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Oh
I
my
had to answer
God.
the phone, and it was family stuff. Family stuff, and then usually, you know, when they call, it's like could be an emergency, especially with how things are going this week. This past week, I had to answer the phone. Otherwise, I would have just let it ring. But
so what was the question we were on? What's the next big game for Xbox?
Randall muted strikes again. Randall muted strikes again. Let me go bring this back up.
It was Jay.
Oh yeah, what do you want to see in the next Xbox hardware?
Oh, which question was that? Why do you read them in a weird order?
I read them in the order straight down. What do you mean?
But did we already answer Jay Foley's question?
Yes.
With Redfall?
Yes, and Ryan Kipples, and now we're on Silas's.
Oh crap. Okay, my bad. Oh yeah, I get it now. Okay, right. So we're on. Okay, carry on.
Well, I'm saying, what do you want to see? His question was, what do you want to see?
What do you want to see in the next generation of hardware? I want to see. The this is a tough one. I want to see. I guess the SSD has become an issue. Like you need to have. I think you need to have parity with PlayStation on the SSD, and I think like SSD is an issue for game development because with regards to streaming large, detailed open worlds, the Xbox is definitely on the back foot. Now, it's not a huge problem today because devs are kind of bottlenecked by PC, right? So like PC oftentimes PCs don't have a very good hard SSD either, which can interfere with. I think a lot of the bugs we see often recently is the result of the fact the game's been developed for PlayStation and Xbox, and then people at home are still rocking a mechanical hard drive. There's not much data on the Steam survey about what kind of storage devices people have, but I think like Microsoft needs to prioritize a little bit more on. We need to have NVMe M2 drives as standard, and they need to be this fast. And I think that's completely fine. I think they didn't anticipate how much SSD prices would crash after COVID, and like with the death of crypto market. At one point, they were talking about a cryptocurrency that you mined using an SSD, which sent SSD prices skyrocketing. But then the crypto market died, so that just never happened. Thank God. But yeah, I don't think Microsoft anticipated that. So I think storage has to be a big focus for the next console. Other than that, I'm pretty happy with it overall. I think back buttons need to be standard. I think back buttons need to be a standard feature on all controllers. Like after playing Overwatch with the back buttons on the Elite controller, I absolutely can't live without it anymore. But at the same time, maybe from a business perspective, that's kind of smart because now I feel like I have to buy an Elite controller when they break. So I don't know if that's a good idea either. But yeah, some back buttons wouldn't go amiss. What would you like to see, Rand? Is there I'm honestly pretty happy with the Series X overall.
Yeah,
Everything about it, I really like it.
Yeah, I'm happy with the Series X because I'm getting what I really wanted, which was 60 FPS and fast load times, which we are getting. I don't really know what. I'm not a hardware dude, so it's tough for me to kind of imagine, what I would want to see. I guess just like I would want to see hardware that can do 60 and 120 way more often, like where 60 is the absolute bare minimum and 120 is starting to get more, to be more of a standard frame rate, right? And try to eliminate loading with, faster SSDs. I guess that's all I really care about.
It's all about the games, man. I am so happy with the platform. I want the PC Game Pass app to be a little bit better. Windows need to be better for handhelds like Steam Deck and stuff like that. But that's like not an Xbox. Like I'm so happy with the hardware. They've really nailed the hardware. Controllers are great. I love the design.
Well, some people are really disappointed. Some people are really disappointed in the hardware. They wanted
it to... they watch Digital Foundry too much. Those people.
Well, James Moore, he says, do you think handheld gaming PC market is more lucrative than cloud gaming? I've been in Nigeria and Philippines where they say cloud gaming would be popular there, and I think networks and data plans are not there yet. However, they still do love internet cafes.
Well, I think handhelds is pretty much the next wave of Xbox audience growth, to be honest. Like, after playing the Steam Deck with Windows installed, it's a pain to get it set up because it comes with Linux, Steam OS, and that's fine. But I really wanted my Game Pass on it, because it's got synchronized progress. I did it for Persona. Really, I was like, well, I can get my Persona save on my Steam Deck if I put Windows on it. So I put Windows on it, and really, hats off to Valve for even allowing that. There's no way Apple would allow that. Valve does, and that's why Valve's like one of the most popular companies because they're not assholes. But when you see things like the Asus ROG Ally of Republic of Gamers, I really hate the brand Asus ROG. I hate it. Sorry, Asus, but I don't like your brand, and I'm not a fan of the design. I hate white tech. All tech should be black. I don't know why. It's just a thing. All my tech is black. Steam Deck's black. Razer's black. Xbox Series X is black. My TV's black. All my furniture's black. And then you telling me I need to buy a white console. But the specs are amazing. Like the price point is right. The specs are really good. I know someone who's got one and they're using it as their main desktop PC. They just plug the monitor into it, but then they can unplug all that stuff and take it with them and play full-blown Xbox games, 1080p on the train and stuff. I realized this when I was on vacation recently, that the cloud just it's always going to be supplementary. It's never going to be the way people play games ever. It's just not. And I think like it's because of things like, you know, a lot of the times where you want to play on the cloud, you just can't because the internet's too shit. And like I don't think Xbox is ever going to get around Apple and Google's regulatory issues. I don't think Apple their rules about the stores. I don't think Microsoft's ever going to have enough silicon to make enough servers for the cloud, you know? But handhelds just make way more sense in every single way. And now, like, you got Asus coming out with this, and you just know that every manufacturer is going to jump all over this. You're going to have an Alienware handheld. You're going to have a Razer handheld, you know? So, yeah, I think it's going to be massive for Xbox. And Xbox needs to be all over that. They need to be all over it. Windows team needs to be all over it. Microsoft needs to be all over it. Because that's going to be way bigger for PC Game Pass than cloud ever will, I think.
Okay. Radimus Cisco. He says, hello, guys. Hope you're doing well. Behind the scene negativity about Redfall, I've seen a few people that were not fanboys enjoying the game and even heard from someone I trust that it's a fine game, not a perfect game. Did the game deserve that much hate? Do you think 60 is a fair Metacritic score or would normally be around a 70 if it was an Xbox? I don't think the game deserves that much hate. I do think some of the reactions are kind of hyperbolic. I do think 60 is a fair score. And that's kind of where I'm sitting at, leaning more towards a 5. I think 70 would be too high for me personally. But, you know, if you're having fun, you're having fun. But that's kind of where like Jez kind of nailed it with his review. Like you gave it a 3 out of 5, basically 60 or whatever.
6, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's fair. I just feel like everything surrounding it is kind of where it gets ridiculous. Like, oh, Phil needs to step down, and Xbox can never release another. They're just going to release shit from now on, and all those sort of things that spawn from this are kind of like, all right, this is kind of getting absurd, you know?
Yeah, silly.
Tooper, he says, regarding Phil's comment on great games not changing console share dramatically, some of the feedback reads that as them giving up on console share, but haven't they indicated it's important, but not their path to success? Their path to success is mobile and cloud. Chasing a smaller pie versus even a small portion of billions of mobile users seems to be the better path. It all feeds into cloud and AI for Satya, and they still need the console too, which still feeds the current base. I wasn't taking Phil's comments as defeat. Curious what you both think. Sorry, first day as a member. Wanted to mention I really enjoy your show. Only other question I have is whether there are any new rumors on the NA region release date of the Xbox Game Pass family plan. My daughter and I played some Minecraft Legends co-op last night and really enjoy having the rest of my family play. I even played on my tablet while my daughter was on Xbox, so I could help her more easily. The new couch co-op experience, I guess. No, at least, Jez, do you have any more info about Xbox Game family plan and when it might be announced or release?
I did notice that there was a placeholder on the US store for family plan recently, so it must be on the horizon. I think like they must be waiting for some specific data set or something like that before they pull the trigger, because it could be potentially harmful, you know, if like at a certain price point, if like they get to a point where pretty much no one's paying for it because the vast majority of people are secondary users, that could be potentially harmful. And you've seen Amazon pull back on what secondary users on Amazon Prime get access to. For example, secondary users on Amazon Prime don't get access to Amazon Luna. You have to pay for your own Amazon Prime subscription to get access to Luna, you know, because they've calculated, I guess, that if every secondary user went into Amazon Prime cloud gaming or whatever, then it would be harmful to the profitability of how much it costs all that stuff to run. So I think Xbox is being very, very careful because they're just generally careful with Xbox Game Pass and how much money it's making and how much they're spending on it, because that money that they earn from it is also how they cut deals for third-party stuff. So they're very careful, and I think it's right to be careful in this case. I mean, getting the business stuff right and the profitability of the brand is one of the things Xbox does really well right now. You know, at least they're making loads of money with what they do have, and that's like a testament to Phil Spencer at the end of the day, and the team that he's got for running the business as a business. So yeah, I suppose like hopefully it's sooner rather than later because I want it too, man. I want it too.
Mhm.
I want my friends and family on that
Yeah,
shit.
I mean, we have the game showcase coming up soon, and maybe it could be one of the announcements. I don't know. You know?
I think they won't announce this with fanfare. I think they'll let this grow organically.
Okay, yeah,
'Cause I
fair.
think if you get like, maybe I'm wrong, but like if you get like, I know they're being cautious, so maybe they announce it on the sly. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, and as far as like what we thought about Phil's comments, Tooper, I mean, we kind of went in depth about that, so hope you enjoyed what our answers to it. Yeah. CJ, hi gents, won't be able to listen live this week because I'm getting married on Saturday. Oh, congratulations! But
Congratulations.
I'll be taking the podcast with me on my honeymoon to Rome next week. Oh, shiz. We're gonna be in Rome.
That's sweet.
Honeymoon. All right. My question this week is: do you think Arcane will stick with Redfall and try to make a success down the line, like Rare's done with Sea of Thieves, or do you think they'll abandon the game pretty quickly? Have a great weekend, guys. Very similar to another question we got up above, but
Um, I know for a fact there's a roadmap
yeah,
for Redfall.
there's a roadmap.
They if you play through the whole game, there's kind of there's a hint that there's more to come, and I know that they're going to stick with it. Phil Spencer himself said they're going to invest in Redfall, and I think like they do see a path forward where it could become like a decent-ish kind of game in that sort of Destiny kind of niche. And I see a way forward for that as well. I don't think it's never going to be huge. Like even like Fallout 76 is like ended up being I think the most profitable Fallout ever. Um but you know, it definitely damaged the Fallout brand and it definitely damaged Bethesda's image. So but then again, so did Diablo Immortal, and Diablo Immortal just announced that it's making like $100 million a month or something ridiculous. I can't remember the exact figure off the top of my head, but Diablo
Hmm.
Immortal, some of the worst press I've ever seen for a game, some of the most vitriolic hate, you know, and attacks for its pay-to-win systems. It's full-blown pay-to-win casino when you get to the end game of Diablo Immortal, and it's making money hand over fist. Everyone, the people who like that kind of game, they love it. They like gambling their money on loot, and that's who the game is for at the end of the day. So I think Redfall will find its audience, and it'll eventually be. I don't think it'll be a full blown redemption arc like Sea of Thieves or No Man's Sky has had, but I think it'll end up being okay. I'm
Right.
optimistic.
Governor Grimm. He says, I wrote a question before, but it was too topical and something you're already going to answer. So instead, there's a rumor of the PS5 Pro coming out end of 2024. If this is true, if this is true, what price do you guys think it will be? They're already selling strong at 500, so I'm not sure what kind of price point to expect. Do you think Xbox would have a competitor to challenge the Pro? I'm not sure they will do to price the number of SKUs already in place. This is a very interesting question because
Yeah,
Sony's
it is interesting.
because Sony just had the best quarter ever. So 6.3 million PS5s at 550 essentially, right? 500.
Yeah,
And it's like, all right, they're doing so well, they don't need a price cut anytime soon. So
no,
if you're really doing a PS5 Pro in a year from now, if the PS5 is still selling great, do you need to cut price? I mean, the Nintendo Switch basically never dropped price throughout the entire generation, right?
no, not
Um,
really.
so
Some sales here and there,
do
but
you introduce a PS5 Pro at 650, like $100 more?
I was literally thinking 650. It
Like
was
so
that was
you
the
have
number in my head.
so you have the Pro at 650, the regular one at 550, and then the digital at was it 450? Essentially,
Yeah,
right?
something like that.
Is the
I think yeah,
digital
it
up to
probably will land
450?
something like that. Yeah.
I mean, do you think Xbox will have a competitor, Jez?
I honestly don't know. I haven't seen any evidence to suggest that Xbox is making
Mid-gen
a,
upgrade.
a mid-gen upgrade. I've seen some interesting evidence that they've been looking at ARM devices recently for Xbox. I don't know what the hell that means. I suppose that could be the cloud console that they're working on. So like if they're porting the Xbox operating system to ARM, maybe maybe that's for cloud. Well, it has to be for cloud. They're not going to run games on ARM. But as mid-gen upgrade, honestly, I don't know. I mean, I want to believe yes, because I want Xbox to have an answer for everything PlayStation does, but I just don't know. I don't know. Would it help? Would it move the needle?
I guess we need to ask Tom Henderson. Huh?
Yeah, I don't know.
We got a question from It's Quite Small, but Smells Like a Big One. Says,
that's a brilliant name.
With Bethesda having limited integration with Xbox, do you think fiscal earnings were a concern for Bethesda and the reason they pushed Redfall out the door? We've seen many undercooked games released over the last few years, still bringing some money for the developer or publisher. Is that the case here? Also, someone at Xbox headquarters needs to be running quality assurance for all upcoming first-party titles. Someone that will literally sit down and play each game for several hours. What do you think, Jez?
That's kind of like what I touched on earlier with my hypothesis that maybe they were just like, rather than cancel this, we've invested so much into it, we should just ship it as it is because we'll at least get some of our investment back. And maybe that's where we've gotten to. Maybe that's the point we're at with the game industry, where it's like maybe back in the day it was better to cut your losses, but maybe now it makes a more economical sense to ship and maybe update and try and get something out of it. Because like you say, like you can't excuse mediocrity, but like just purely from a business perspective, what if Redfall, like, say it costs $100 million to make, just off the top of my head, just making up a number, and then like it sells really badly. I don't think it's even charting on Steam, despite all the, the marketing it's getting, and despite the Game Pass uplift that's meant to exist, it's not on Steam. It debuted lower than Forspoken on Steam charts by the looks of it. So, but maybe like when it's a bargain bin game, or maybe if they update it enough that they release it with a big update or an expansion that can get it a little bit closer to the vision they originally had, maybe they end up getting something out of it so they can at least break even or something. Maybe that's where the business is heading with when games cost this much to make. But a lot of that's just speculation. I guess we'll wait and see.
Right. Parker Petrov says, "Good afternoon, gentlemen. Phil had reconfirmed during his XCast interview that Microsoft is doubling down on Play Anywhere, access to content from anywhere. I was wondering if you think they would ever acquire a team like CD Projekt Red, not necessarily for the game studio, which would be added benefit, but for the GOG service to kind of get Game Pass a better platform on PC. As while the Windows Store app is best okay to serviceable, it seems that a platform like GOG would be an easier way to integrate a Game Pass-like service into, as it seems like they are unwilling or there is a roadblock. As Game Pass and Steam seems to make the most sense, yet it hasn't materialized. Have a great weekend." I could see a scenario where, like, I mean, but they own BattleNet now. Or, well, no, they don't, because the deal didn't go through.
Rand predicting the future again.
CD... I mean, I see what you're saying, but I sort of also feel like if you bought CD Projekt Red and a regulator look at that, they might be like, no GOG. Oh, well, they would say no GOG if you own BattleNet, maybe. But if you didn't, maybe you would.
Dude, I don't know about that, because BattleNet doesn't sell third-party stuff.
True.
GOG does.
I mean,
I think, like...
I sort of feel like if you're buying CD Projekt Red, you're buying it for them and the games they make, rather than like their PC service, right?
I know that like it kind of fits with Microsoft's mission of preservation, and Good Old Games has like DOSBox built into it for running MS-DOS games and stuff like that. So it kind of fits, and I think it'd be pretty cool, but I think there is, Rand's point, I think there is some regulatory questions there with regards to Microsoft having a monopoly in operating systems, and there's historically been a lot of nerves about Microsoft abusing its monopoly. So like I reckon Microsoft's, if it wasn't for Microsoft Edge having absolutely no market share whatsoever, they'd be getting hammered right now by how hard they're pushing Microsoft Edge on people in the operating system, like they did in the late 90s. They're regulated to hell because of bundling Microsoft Edge with the browser and undermining competing browsers, and that's what led to Chrome and now being dominant, right? So I think like regulators might look at that and be like, crap, like if they're buying GOG, that sort of decreases competition in the PC store marketplace because they'd obviously integrate GOG with the Microsoft store probably. So I think regulators might raise eyebrows at that, but I do think Microsoft would like to have them though.
I mean, sure,
I just
who
don't
wouldn't?
think that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fletch says, "Are you guys as disgusted as I was at hearing Phil acknowledge the calls for him to resign? I felt very bad for him. He looked tired, frustrated, and angry. It can't be easy seeing this every time something goes wrong. Also, I have to disagree with what he said about great games not selling the consoles. It's not just about winning in console sales. It's about competing and increasing your user base across the whole ecosystem. In my opinion, it's guaranteed if Xbox consistently puts out games people can't ignore, not only will they increase their console user base, they will increase the amount of people in the ecosystem across console and PC Game Pass." I think I said very much the same thing. I think Phil's the type of person that like he sees all the things said about him. He's like someone who's like a YouTuber that essentially makes a YouTube video and then reads like doesn't just read the top 5 comments, he reads like all the comments, right? So people are constantly tweeting at him, and Phil Spencer was trending on Twitter for a long time. So yeah, that's the thing. Like Xbox hears the feedback, they do listen. So I'm not surprised that Phil knows about like people calling for his job, right? Whether or not it should have been, should have acknowledged it as a different story. I think it's just I don't mind that he sort of joke around about it. It just kind of says to me that like he sees and hears everything that's not kind of being said about him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think like Phil's from a cutthroat world. He's been at Microsoft for like a million years, and like Microsoft's been through a lot of iteration and stuff. And Phil's cut through and survived all the hardcore, grim, dark politics that exists in the Microsoft world. Like there was all this expose about the Windows team being in silo and not wanting to help the Xbox team and being protective over its technology and its source code, and Xbox couldn't get anything, and then it was like fighting over who gets access to what, when, where, and why, and fighting over budgets and dirty tricks and dirty dealings. And Phil's gone through all of that, so I don't think some comments from some random nobodies on Twitter affects him too much. But I think like sentiment from Xbox fans does affect him because he wants to deliver for fans at the end of the day, and he's a gamer too. And the last thing anyone wants to do is create disappointment. Unless you're for some reason jaded enough that you want to sabotage something, maybe because you're leaving the company and you just think like, well, whatever, I'm gonna do what I can to sabotage this but I don't even know if that's even reasonable to suggest as a possibility. But that said, I was disgusted though on behalf of Phil, because I think cause for Phil to be fired are completely out of touch, and I think they're in bad faith. I think they're sensationalist takes by people who are looking to manipulate the algorithm with extreme positions, because anyone with a brain knows that Phil saved the brand. He's delivering record quarters for the business. So from a business perspective and from a fan perspective, there's no rhyme or reason for it. And I think it's just a shame that the discourse ends up being this way, But it's just the internet for you. People are just shit,
Yeah.
People equal shit, as the Slipknot song goes.
Yeah, that's true. Parker Griffith says, "Hi guys, first things first, I really appreciate you both. Rand, you're amazing at being a great host, knowing your topics, what you're talking about, and great at staying on topic." Oh, thank you. Jez, you're awesome and add a great aspect of perspective. Also, I love when you go off the topic and have to abruptly get reeled back in by Rand. No wonder this show's 4 hours, because how many Jez soliloquies did he go on today?
Soliloquy, good word.
Yeah, bro. The reading comes in handy. I have a long commute, and being able to listen to the audio podcast each week keeps me going and makes it bearable. I wanted to ask, do you think Xbox is trying to be the platform for the people, Not necessarily as a hardware company, but as a company who wants to provide a way to play tons of games any way you want. I speak for everyone when I say that you bring us joy. Wow. Thanks, guys. Love the show, and again,
Thanks very
appreciate
much.
you both. Wow, that's thank you for that. Love hearing those sort of things from people. Make all this worth it, and it's really brings me like a smile on my face. I mean, isn't that kind of what Game Pass is, right? Like, that's kind of the model they went to. Like, they talked about, the gamers at the center of our decisions, and Game Pass is like the big feature differentiating them between the other two. And it does allow for people to play more games at a cheaper price point. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would classify that as the platform for the people, but it definitely, I think, is a platform where people can maybe experience more games than they've ever experienced before, simply because of the ease of access. Like, the vision that they have, I think is great,
I think Microsoft, like, after the regulatory battles of the early 2000s, I think Microsoft did a lot of soul searching, and they were like, even I remember growing up, like, everyone hated Microsoft and saw them as big evil company. Even now, like, they have this sort of negative cloud about them, and that's because they use their monopoly irresponsibly. And I think, like, in modern times, Microsoft did a lot of soul searching, and through subsequent CEOs over the years, we had Steve Ballmer, and then we got Satya Nadella. I think they've really tried to take their social responsibilities as a trillion-dollar company a lot more seriously. And I think, like, that social conscience has permeated the company across the board. We see a lot of investment in accessibility technology. That kind of stuff isn't necessarily going to make them money. Just being completely honest and frank. But that is a emblematic of the fact that they are a trillion-dollar company, and they should invest what they can, responsibly in improving things in society. So I don't think I'd say that they look at Game Pass as of being for the people. I think that is definitely a sort of like Netflix did it, and this could work for gaming too. I think that's really is about shareholders at the end of the day. I think they're like, this is a good play for Xbox, and it has been a good play. They've grown the brand, they've grown the business, they have record quarters, and there's still a lot of untapped potential because, we always keep saying, if they have the great games, what will that do for Game Pass? If there's a sort of Netflix-like cadence of high quality content that people want to get access to, that could be transformative. But it definitely doesn't hurt that they're taking this stuff more seriously, and I'm really glad they are. And that's one reason why I'm invested in their company and the platform, because I care about some of that stuff.
Okay, yeah. Let's see what else we got here. Nate Miller, not really on topic, but is it feasible for you two to do a watch party for the June 11th show? I can't speak for everyone, but I'd love to watch and discuss along with you two. Usually Jez is too busy to do that because he's got to cover the show and write all the stuff about it. I probably will do a watch party for it. I've done it for the last two, so if you want to watch it with me, I most likely will do one. But we'll be doing an Xbox 2 the next day on Monday, right, Jez?
Yeah, most likely. Well, it depends, because there's this very small chance.
This weird kind of like...
Is it gone?
Echoey sound behind your mic. It's weird.
Is it gone?
Yes.
Yeah, it's because I had my fan on. It was getting really warm in here.
Oh.
There is a small chance that I might be going to LA for like some of the... Yeah, there is some stuff going on in LA from different companies. So there's a small chance I might actually be there. Nothing confirmed yet. If I'm there, then probably won't be able to podcast. But if I'm not there, then most definitely.
Bro, we got a podcast on Monday. What are you talking about?
Well, it'd be hard, bro, if I'm there, unless I phone in or something.
I don't know about that.
I'll be working my balls off, man.
I guess I'm just gonna
be working my smooth man skills.
I guess I'll just have to get a whole group of people, and then me and you will just have a regular show on the Friday, and I'll just have a big show with a bunch of people on the Monday, I guess.
Well, I
Maybe.
might not even be going yet, so
We'll see. We'll see. We have Donataku. What's up, Rand? Jez, just to get off the topics of Redfall and Xbox Doom and Gloom, what's a genre or game mechanic that's underrepresented or underutilized today? My pick would be the action puzzle game like Portal 1 and 2 and Catherine. Basically ones where you're not just matching blocks, but moving a character through various thought-provoking and dangerous puzzles. Wish we had more like them. That's a game mechanic that's underrepresented or underutilized. This is an interesting one. A game mechanic. Jez, do you have any?
I know.
Okay, go ahead.
And this is like this is for weird reasons, but the bloody Nemesis system.
Oh yeah,
the Nemesis system, because they bloody patented it, and now no one can use it, even though they barely use it themselves. But it's really interesting, like the Nemesis system being patented, because there are some games that have kind of done it, even though it's patented. I highly doubt they paid a license fee. What was that one game called? Ah, man. It was a really gorgeous sort of sci-fi pixel art turn-based kind of game. Star Renegades? Star Renegades kind of had a Nemesis system, kind of. So there are some games that have done it, but I really love the Nemesis system. I thought it was really, really cool, and I just think it's kind of lame that Warner Brothers patented it and stopped all the devs from using it, because it's really interesting. But I think the Nemesis system would work really well in Sea of Thieves, because you could have like all these different pirates who like you could do like a multiplayer Nemesis system where like a pirate lord that's killed a bunch of players that levels up on the server. You know, it could be so cool. So it's just kind of lame that it doesn't exist. But oh well. Do you have one, Rand? While I was going on my soliloquy.
Yeah, sorry, I started coughing. Oh, it's something like I guess I was drinking a drink of water and I think I went down the wrong tube.
Oh, I hate that.
I really can't think of one off the top of my head. Like a game mechanic that's underutilized. I guess the one thing that really just popped into my mind is like and I'm not even...
dude.
What?
Sorry, go on. I'll finish your answer and I'll tell you after.
Well, it's kind of like, for whatever reason, like Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3 popped in my head. And like how your character and the choices and all the things that you did transferred to the next game.
Yeah, I love that.
And that kind of one of the things that made that game special. And we don't see a lot of that anymore at all. I mean, Mass Effect might have been the only game that really did that. So because that's the first kind of thing that
Dragon Age did it.
That popped into my head. That's just going to be the one I'll go with, right?
Dragon Age took it a step further. They had like, because they didn't have like, I can't remember which one it was, but one of the games didn't have like a proper system to transfer your saves. So what they did was they created a whole website where you could literally go through every major decision in the whole game in like this really cool comic book style tapestry, and like do all of your decisions on that website and then upload it to Dragon Age Inquisition. It was amazing. And it's just kind of like, I just can't see companies investing in that kind of thing anymore, but for whatever reason. Well, I know why. It's because they just rather cram it with microtransactions instead of offering quality, but oh well.
We have let's see what else we have. Omen.
Rand. Before you answer that,
okay,
I just want to say we've got our first pasta tuna guy on Twitter. Some guy, Harpier Dawn, says, I know my girl is going to kill me, but it was good experiment and it tastes good. And then he posted a picture of tuna pasta. We got it. The absolute hero. Shit, I should have added a hashtag. So if you are gonna do this for I'm gonna do a giveaway. Screw it. I'm gonna do a giveaway for people who cook pasta tuna and then post on Twitter with the hashtag Jez tuna pasta. And then we'll do a vote on or I'll do some judging on who makes the best tuna pasta, and then we'll give away some headsets or something. Got loads of headsets to give away. Maybe I'll give away that Turtle Beach Stealth Elite Pro or whatever it's called. But yeah, hashtag Jez tuna pasta.
Okay. We have Omen. Happy Friday. After this week, do you have more faith in games released by Xbox Game Studios or ZeniMax Bethesda Studios? I almost have more faith in Xbox Game Studios at this point. I mean, it's not about like more faith or less faith. I just, I don't know. It's kind of like I believed in their vision beforehand, and I think the games will be good. And Redfall is a game that I think when we look back on it will be an anomaly. That doesn't excuse releasing this game because it shouldn't have released like this. And I'm tired of hearing Phil Spencer apologize for this stuff. But yeah, I mean, I until I see the final product, and unless Hellblade 2 and all those other games are also bad, yeah, I'm gonna be like, all right, no, I still think the games are gonna be great. Jez might be a little more pessimistic than me.
Yeah, I'm pessimistic. I think we might see a few more games launch that don't live up to expectations, but I hope I'm wrong. I desperately hope I'm wrong, but we'll see. People really don't like tuna mayo and spaghetti, bro.
I mean, I can't imagine why, right?
Man, I've just started discovering that like people just think I've got really bad taste.
You do have really bad taste. That's the thing.
Well, I do play on Xbox. Way.
Yeah, that's true. Casual Noob Gamer Super Chat says, back. Probably missed answer to my SC Glad. I found you guys from Spawn. Just set someone up with my old Series S. I upgraded Series X after saving. Well, I hope you enjoy the console. Haida says, I always thought that when Phil said that console warring would make him consider retirement, he meant the industry, not necessarily player to player. Casual Noob also says, any chance Phil comment was posturing for regulators? I thought about that. I thought about that.
Highly doubt it.
Yeah.
I honestly, I'm starting to believe that internally they all just think the deal's dead.
I don't know.
And they should, because the deal is dead.
Danny P, what is the one game you expect, one you hope for, and one surprise you'd like to see at the SGS? Also, I predict Hellblade 2 opens. One game I expect, Hellblade 2. One game I'd hope for, Perfect Dark. And one surprise, the reveal of id's next game. How's that?
Spicy. Okay, so one game I expect is Hellblade 2 as well.
Right.
One game I want is State of Decay 3.
Okay.
And one game that would be a surprise is Gears of War 6.
Okay. Expo says, world's longest Xbox podcast. Yeah, it was a pretty long one this week.
World's longest, best Xbox podcast.
The only Xbox podcast you need to listen to. The premier Xbox podcast. Let's start intro. Welcome, everybody. This is Randall Thor, the man with the million, and you're listening to the premier Xbox podcast with Jez Corden. Yeah. How egocentric would that be to be like starting off the show, the world's #1 Xbox podcast? Well, I think that's it. I think we covered everything.
Is that all the Patreon questions?
I'm pretty sure that's all of them.
That didn't feel like all of them.
I mean, I'm pretty sure.
I'm going to check. I think you've got it wrong.
I mean, I could update it again and take a look, but I think I got every single one of them.
Did you click load more comments?
Of course I clicked load more comments. Yeah, no, I got them all. We got them all. All of them been answered.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah. Long show, good show. Hope everybody enjoys it. If you did, make sure you hit the like button. Click says shots fired at Unlock. No. It's not fired at Unlock. I know Unlock says that. I don't understand like the point of saying that. Like, #1.
They do say that?
Yeah, they say that at the intro of everything.
I didn't know this.
Yeah, #1 Xbox podcast.
Yeah,
like best.
I mean, it's clearly not true.
I mean, whatever.
Because we exist. Right?
Yeah,
I'm not saying we're the best.
I guess Ryan's never gonna invite you on IGN Unlocked, huh?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I've been on it before, but have I? No, was I on IGN Unlocked? I was on some IGN podcast. I was on with Destin on some podcast.
Oh, okay. Well,
maybe it was one week and Ryan wasn't there. But yeah, I doubt I'd be invited on that show.
Yeah, this was the long one. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Hopefully, there's better things to talk about next week. I can't wait to start Star Wars. I can't wait to actually put this month behind me because it's been awful for me personally. I might put out a video tomorrow. I've been thinking about it. Maybe just talk about more of this stuff and more of a detailed thing. Yeah, we didn't even talk about the new dashboard and stuff, but I'm kind of tired.
Not much to say.
There's not much to say. So, yeah, we'll see you next week. Thank you very much to Raycon for sponsoring the show. You can use their code. Link is in the description, as well as Manscaped. Code XB2, 20% off, free shipping. And all the wonderful members of Patreon for supporting the Xbox 2. We love you guys. And we will see you next week. Enjoy your weekend. Keep it gaming. Later.
Rock and roll, baby.